Otra vez ese gran sentimiento en la mañana de que algo se me está olvidando. Espero que todos estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Soy el tío Salo, ya saben, aquí ando para todos ustedes, con todos ustedes, y tenemos un día de casino. Pero antes del casino tenemos que hablar del planeta, de lo que está pasando y de otras cosas. Ahí va, bueno, tenemos la historia de Gaza, obviamente, ahorita la vamos a platicar. También tengo que admitir, estaba en la mañana, me perdí, estaba viendo Sky News, estaban platicando de un asteroide que viene a la Tierra y va a pegar en el 2032. Y si no hacemos algo para el 2028, nos va a cargar el payaso. Ahorita les voy a contar más de eso. Pero quiero empezar exactamente desde el principio, damas y caballeros, como siempre, diciendo esto. Mi objetivo con esto, además de pasármela de huevos, contar historias y aprender enfrente y con ustedes y de ustedes también, mi objetivo con esto es que todo el mundo podamos crear una, una separación de nuestras ideas, de lo que nos gustaría que pasara con la realidad. Y nos gustaría tener siempre una mente abierta. Yo creo que es muy difícil. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Porque, por ejemplo, si eres víctima de casarte con tus ideas, de casarte con tus ideales, ¿no? Y simplemente no puedes ver a otro lado, vas a estar perdido en este planeta, porque la narrativa del planeta cambia todo el tiempo. Y la narrativa del planeta cambia todo el tiempo por los jugadores. Y los jugadores son los actores, ¿no? Que tienes que seguir. Y si tienes una narrativa que soporta y apoya a este jugador, y luego aparece este jugador que odias, siguiendo la narrativa, vas a quedar como payaso. Y te voy a explicar por qué. Por ejemplo, cuando fue el 2020, nos dieron la gran oportunidad de ponernos una deliciosa vacuna. Y cuando empezó lo de nos vamos a poner una deliciosa vacuna, el primero en hacerlo fue Donald Trump. Entonces, todo el mundo que no apoya a Donald Trump, digamos los demócratas, vamos a llamarles liberales en Estados Unidos. No, vamos a llamarles demócratas porque están catalogados como eso, demócratas. Todos los demócratas dijeron, yo no me voy a poner esa vacuna. ¿Qué creen que estoy loco? Y después Joe Biden salió a decir, pónganse la vacuna. Lo mismo que dijo Trump. Y todo el mundo fue de, ¡ah! Claro, claro, es que sí, tenemos que ponernos la vacuna, ¿no? Ahí puedes entender un poco de por qué no te quieres casar con un partido, con una idea. Tienes que entender el todo. Y tenemos que cambiar de opinión también. Si eres alguien que no cambia de opinión constantemente, y no estoy diciendo en todo, pero en cosas que estés aprendiendo, eso sería la primera indicación de que estás trabado en un lado. ¿Ok? Eso es algo malo. Personalmente me gusta muchísimo usar el pensamiento crítico. Me gusta poder razonar más allá de lo que tengo que ver en la televisión, de las opiniones que me están vendiendo, de todo lo que me están diciendo que tengo que pensar. Y eso es parte de lo que quiero platicar hoy. ¿Por qué? Porque todos sabemos lo que acaba de pasar con Donald Trump y lo que acaba de anunciar Estados Unidos ayer, que fue, básicamente, tenemos Estados Unidos se va a quedar con el territorio de Gaza, vamos a sacar a todo el mundo, lo vamos a hacer plano, vamos a hacerlo seguro, vamos a quitar todas las bombas y cualquier cosa que sea peligroso y lo vamos a rehacer y lo vamos a hacer un lugar épico para todo el mundo, para que lo disfruten. Lo van a disfrutar demasiado, les va a gustar mucho ir a Gaza, donde antes era completamente una tumba humana y ahora van a poder tomarse un heladito delicioso, ¿no? Si yo solamente apoyo a Donald Trump, estoy perdido en esto y tengo que decir, sí, es lo que tenemos que hacer, cuando no es cierto. Desde el principio de todo esto, y aquí es donde el problema se vuelve más grande y la idea es un poco más difícil de explicar, pero vamos paso a paso. Y de nuevo, esto simplemente es, quiero ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes, si ustedes tomen sus propias decisiones, o si ya la tienen tomada, sigan con su decisión tomada. Yo simplemente quiero seguir aprendiendo y seguir poniendo atención para ver si algún día entramos en más claridad, ¿no? Porque claramente todo el mundo está coco lavado. Ahorita tenemos una de las mejores cosas que he visto en mi vida es los demócratas que están pintando los labios rojos hasta que cambie el presidente. Excelente, por favor no caigan en estas tonterías, se los ruego, no sean gente de tribu, para gente que no les importa tu existencia. Honestamente, les recomiendo de todo corazón, por favor no hacerlo. Y de los dos lados, de los dos lados. Y aquí estamos para llamar al lado al que todo el mundo cree que apoyo. Yo apoyo a Estados Unidos y yo solamente quiero que egoístamente lo que esté pasando alrededor mío, mi situación mejore en este país. Y es lo que espero para mi mujer, para mí. Es egoístamente, pero creo que así es como todos deberíamos de votar, porque cuando votamos con empatía, nos la cuelan, ¿no? Por las patas, ¿no? Voto por empatía, ya lo hemos platicado varias veces. Ok, todo el mundo, y esto es algo muy importante, hay muchísima gente que habla de teorías de conspiración. Hay un güey que hace un gran trabajo en todos lados, ha crecido muchísimo, se llama Ian Carroll. Ian Carroll habla de teorías de conspiración, pero Ian Carroll investiga sus teorías de conspiración usando una herramienta muy interesante que se llama Google. Pensando que está encima de otra herramienta muy interesante que se llama el Internet, que esta al mismo tiempo está apoyado por toda la gente que es dueña de todos los servidores y te quieren poner toda la información que gustes enfrente. Y la que ellos no quieren, nunca. No importa lo que busques, nunca la vas a encontrar, tío. Nunca. Esto es una realidad. Esto es 100% una realidad. Existen miles de papeles que dicen eso, existen miles de papeles que existen la interferencia de empresas tecnológicas, existen miles de papeles hablando de cómo usan los servidores en todo esto, ¿ok? Entonces, cuando tienes teorías de conspiración que se vuelven mainstream, ¿no? Por más que tú creas, por más que tú creas que, güey, es que lo encontró en un artículo acá y esto, te lo están poniendo enfrente y es parte, en mi opinión, de lo que quieren que veas. Es lo que he aprendido a través de todo este tiempo. Mientras, siempre pregunto, ¿no? Esto es algo que estaba platicando ayer con mi cuñada. Si sabes que el Internet te está poniendo enfrente lo que ellos quieren que veas, cuando veas mucho de algo, tienes que preguntarte, ¿por qué me están contando mucho de esto? Y esto apoya, no solamente, por ejemplo, si el New York Times dice, ¿no? Mañana toda la gente se va a volver transexual. Y ves que esa historia, el New York Times, está reposteada por muchísima gente y toda esa historia es la primera tomando el primer escalón de todo. La historia y toda la gente que apoya la historia va a ser aumentada de volumen en el Internet. Y tienes que preguntarte, ¿pero por qué? ¿No? Así es como funciona la cosa. ¿Por qué lo digo? Por Israel. Hemos dicho esto mil veces, todo el mundo lo opina. Estados Unidos es la perra de Israel, ¿no? Es lo que todos pensamos, personalmente es lo que yo pensaba hasta ayer. Y Estados Unidos hace todo por Israel. Y esto lo sabemos. Sabemos que tomamos el Strip de Gaza en este momento. No nada más lo tomamos, venimos de una presidencia que es de alguien diferente, apoyando ese movimiento, y la segunda presidencia, que es un partido completamente diferente, que nos dice que piensa completamente diferente, apoyó exactamente la misma cosa. Cuando empezó el conflicto de Israel, yo les dije a todos ustedes qué es lo que estábamos buscando. Lo que estábamos buscando es poder crear una avenida de competencia en contra del proyecto de la seda de China. Esto se vio en mapa. Angela, que está bueno, no está por acá ahorita, pero Angela, que tiene su canal y que habla de todo esto, me parece que fue ella quien me dijo, no mames, yo no creía que esto fuera verdad, lo busqué y encontré lo de cómo estamos buscando poder crear ese canal para nosotros, teniendo el puerto de Gaza, lo hace perfecto, etcétera. Más allá de esta pelea tonta, porque la pelea tonta en sí, si se ponen a pensar, es la que tienen los palestinos con los israelíes. Esa es la historia, una pelea que nadie puede arreglar, ¿no? Entonces tenemos que tener un partido neutral que venga, como Estados Unidos, y se quede con la tierra de absolutamente todo. Claro, eso tiene muchísimo sentido. Si nos ponemos a pensar un poco de lógica y aplicamos esa deliciosa lógica encima de este pastel de información que tenemos enfrente, a mí me suena que Israel es un estado. Y ahora, no sé cuántos de ustedes sepan esto, o no sé si todavía sea el caso, pero cuando yo crecí, todo el mundo que tenía Baryshnikov, dinero, quería tener un pasaporte suizo, porque tener un pasaporte suizo te daba acceso a cosas que ningún otro pasaporte te daba. Personalmente creo que Israel, en vez de ser el operador de Estados Unidos como tal, es una colonia donde Estados Unidos puede tirarle toda la culpa de un problema indirectamente y al mismo tiempo hacerlo ver como una víctima y defenderlo hasta la muerte. Y es ahora sí que el culpable perfecto de todo. Porque si en verdad Estados Unidos fuera para solamente ayudar, pues no se hubiera robado a todos los científicos de la Segunda Guerra Mundial nazis y los hubiera traído a Estados Unidos en la Operación Paperclip para robarle toda su tecnología. A mí me suena que estábamos buscando una excusa para que nadie buscara esa información de vuelta. Porque en cuanto te dicen, güey, busca qué pasó con científicos nazis, pones la palabra nazi en cualquier cosa, es de imputamente tocable para todos. Entonces se protegen de una manera cabrona. Y ahora, en mi opinión, porque todos nuestros políticos tienen la gran mayoría pasaporte israelí, lo que es un club como el de Suiza, donde estás protegido y además no solamente Estados Unidos te protege y todo esto, pero tienen una excelente retórica que es completamente defendible a todos tiempos, güey. Son la víctima más grande del mundo. Aunque sí, en la Segunda Guerra Mundial murieron 80 millones de personas y solamente entre comillas, 6 millones eran judíos. Y ahora, esto no tiene nada que ver con la gente en un país o en otro. Estos son solamente la gente a cargo, la gente en poder. Y esto también explicaría por qué a Netanyahu, que lo querían sacar y lo han intentado sacar por cuánto tiempo, Estados Unidos ha apoyado cada vez que lo intentan sacar y lo ha tenido ahí. Y la última vez que lo intentaron sacar ocurrió el ataque de Hamas, que nos llevó al pomp más grande de toda la historia. Personalmente, solamente quiero invitarlos a pensar que tal vez Estados Unidos no sea el perro de Israel, sino que Israel es la base, el que toma toda la culpa, pero tiene todo el escudo para defenderla al mismo tiempo. En un tercero, donde Estados Unidos, el perro más cabrón, el güey más bully, el hijo de puta más grande en este ring, ahora sí que puede diferir esa culpa, puede diferir los ojos, la atención de todo el mundo y ponerla acá. Eso hace ver a Estados Unidos como yo trabajo para ellos. O sea, honestamente, yo trabajo para ellos. Y eso se me hace una estupidez gigantesca, porque Estados Unidos es un monstruo. Y yo creo que si ponemos a verlo así, ponemos a pensar un poco, solamente los invito a pensar así. Igual estoy completamente mal y completamente Israel manda, pero si todo el mundo conoce la teoría de conspiración de que Israel es el que manda, ¿no es porque quieren que lo pienses? En mi opinión, sí. En mi opinión, sí. No apoyo para nada, para la gente que le importe mi puta opinión, que vale, por cierto, vale madre. Si tu opinión es diferente, está bien. Te quiero, cabrón, me da igual. Y también a ti, cabrona, ¿no? Que estás ahí. Te quiero, me da igual. Pero mi opinión es, yo no apoyo absolutamente nada esto. Venimos, le quitamos la tierra a los palestinos y ahora la vamos a tener nosotros. Y esto es parte de lo que estábamos buscando. Y también la evidencia de eso, que es mucho más fácil de entender y lo más fácil de seguir, está enfrente de todos nosotros. Estamos yendo por Greenland, ¿no? Que le estamos intentando quitar a Dinamarca porque ese es un paso comercial muy importante. Estamos yendo por el canal de Panamá. Queremos quedarnos con Canadá también, que está también por Alaska y donde están metiéndose todos los aviones rusos, etcétera. Estamos literalmente intentando agarrar todas las fuentes ahora sí que todos los pasos para comercio, todos, 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 todos. Y ahora, rapidísimo, también quiero mencionar esto. Irán, el presidente Trump también dijo que Irán estaba muy enojado, pero que esto es la mejor decisión para todos y que si Irán retaliaba y mataba al presidente Trump, Trump ya había firmado una orden para destruir y nunca más volver a tener existencia de ese lugar. Lo que diría que básicamente los vamos a atacar con unas bombas nucleares excelentes y desaparecer todo Irán del mapa si es que llegan a matar a Donald Trump. Eso es lo que quedaría. Esa es la amenaza de Donald Trump a Irán. Interesante. Y para cerrar, antes de irnos con el casino aquí, que tengo a Alex y a Farhan ya esperando, quiero decirles del asteroide que viene. Estaba viendo Sky News ahorita en la mañana, no me pregunten por qué. En realidad no lo estaba viendo en la tele, estaba viendo en X y alguien pasó en mi feed y estaba pasando, ¿no? Y pone, un asteroide viene a la Tierra. Ahora, esto personalmente solamente lo encuentro divertido. No sé, no, por cierto, no sé qué tanto peligro de verdad exista o no, pero están hablando de que hay uno en 67 o 62, uno en 67 o 62 de probabilidades de que un asteroide que está en el espacio rotando alrededor, en la órbita en la que está tal cual, va a venir a pegarnos en la Tierra en el 2032. Y que este asteroide en el 2028 lo vamos a perder de vista. Y cuando lo volvamos a ver una vez más va a ser muy tarde. Si es que no cambia su órbita, si es que no cambia, y el periodo más peligroso va a ser por ahí del 2028, es donde vamos a entender dónde está yendo. Solamente lo quiero poner ahí. Es interesante, ya están planeando, güey, es que ya hicimos esto antes, pudimos destruir uno de estos, vamos a intentar destruirlo si es que viene para la Tierra. Me gusta, hey, de chiquito siempre pensé que los asteroides nos iban a acabar a todos, así que solamente es un tema que me llama mucho la atención. Pero, en fin, Vamos para adelante, vamos al casino del tío Salo. Muchas cosas interesantes pasadas en el mercado. Media semana, tenemos aquí a Farhan, tenemos aquí a Alex. Vámonos y recuerden, todo el análisis, haremos la plática en inglés, después la pasaremos a español para todos ustedes, los que no entiendan. Y antes de, bueno, no, los voy a traer de una vez a estos perros. Vámonos, damas y caballeros. Oh, señores, good morning.
What up, boys?
You guys excited about our new vacation spot in Gaza? Fucking pumped, huh? I can't wait until they build an MGM out there.
Right?
Massive Trump hotel on the coast.
Yeah, it's gonna be unmatched to sit in the house and watch TV while we hear sirens going off in the background.
Yeah, it's gonna be so much fun. Live fun. Fucking Jesus Christ. Anything on the market, guys, that you were paying attention to that you saw weird, fun, something that's about to pump, or shall we just jump straight into the analysis?
This fucking piece of shit Bitcoin stopped me out. Pinche Bitcoin.
By the way,
Pendejo Bitcoin.
When someone asked on the chat on the last live stream and they go, what's Farhan's TP? And you go 130,000, my first thought was like, oh man, you're just in so much profit. Just take it now. Just take it now. But never going to tell anyone how to trade their own money. He's just, you just have the profits. But by the way, I understand your reasoning and how you operate, because when it pumps and it goes your way, whether it's up or down, you make a lot of money. That's what I was telling Farhan. But now he's gone and we're here. He left.
Yeah,
what a tremendous pile of shit. Just because I told him about his...
Shouldn't have said anything, Alejandro. Come on.
He's straight. I know. I heard his feelings. That's it. It's over. He's not back.
I've been watching gold, though. I mean, kind of.
Really?
Took me by surprise seeing it hit another all-time high just like 2 days ago. Like, wow. And I feel like we were in this area, 2024, this spot where gold was pumping, Bitcoin wasn't really doing much. It was just kind of consolidating for a while. I think it was right around that 69,000 mark before we broke out. So
yeah,
it is.
I mean, gold's just making all-time highs nonstop, right? And we're supposed to be on the we're supposed to be kind of like done with inflation and
my
whatnot.
bad.
So
my
it makes you
connection
wonder.
disconnected.
No. We know that you just got offended by what I told you. I'm sorry. I'll never tell you how to trade your money again. I'm sorry.
You cut off at when it pumps.
Oh, that when it pumps, you really make a lot of money, whether it's to the upside or the downside on your terms when you get into those. So I understand your
Yeah, I'm trying to play the 5-day setup. So whenever it does fire off nicely.
Yeah, of course. And then that makes your fucking trade so big compared to the others. So it's kind of like worth it in a way to be stopped out every now and then in order for you to get the big ones. So I understand. Yeah. And you love the big ones.
But I do get to say, although Mr. Bitcoin CEO, chinga tu madre.
We'll talk to him. The first thing we want to look at, Kim, is saying Ethereum, and then we're going to jump into the Bitcoins. Who wants to do the Ethereum first?
Yes, I can share it.
And let me just do a shameless plug while you prep your charts, sir, so that we can invite some people to the Discord. Come over. It's absolutely free. Let's do it. Quiero invitar a todo el mundo también, si quieren tradear con nosotros, aquí tenemos el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, súper fácil de usar, te metes con el enlace que está aquí abajo en la descripción, es totalmente gratis, y también tengo que recordarles, nunca, ni Farhan, ni Alex, ni yo, les vamos a mandar un mensaje para nada privado, no les vamos a pedir nunca dinero, ni tampoco una posición, les vamos a decir dónde invertir, todo eso lo hacemos públicamente, para que sepan, porque hay mucha gente que cae en esto. Aquí está el Discord, si estás entrando, lo primero que querrás checar son los análisis de Alex, todos los menús están aquí a la izquierda, los análisis de Farhan, puedes venirte al chat general y preguntarle a todo el mundo qué están haciendo. Por ejemplo, el verga larga está comiéndose un platanote, bien hecho. Aquí abajo, Julián Mallorca está dándonos una vueltecita. Aquí andamos. Criptolingo, vengan si no entienden alguno de los términos que estamos platicando, aquí los tienen. También tenemos las P&L cards de toda la comunidad por acá. A ver cómo van. No mames, 290 en Tulón. Bien. Eso es lo que quiero ver. Esto es lo que quiero ver, carajo. A la comunidad ganando como enfermos. Y tenemos también testimoniales. Si nos quieren dejar testimoniales, se aprecia muchísimo. nos caen muy bien. Entonces aquí lo tienen, todo súper fácil. El chat general, si quieren apoyarse de otros traders, estos güeyes son unos genios, son unos cracks, súper buena comunidad, muy divertida, honestamente. Y pues ahí lo tienen. Y si quieren caerle también y quieren hacer trading con nosotros, en lo que nosotros hacemos con futuros, caigan a nuestro sitio en el eTrading Academy. Esto es gratis, métanse en Tutos. Y en Tutos van a poder ver cómo tradear en bluffing. Simplemente le picas a leer más. Te va a poner un video de 5 minutos y 5 minutos donde vas a aprender exactamente qué es lo que es, cómo funciona, cómo poner tu dinero, etcétera, para poder tradear en futuros con nosotros. Y aquí abajo tienes el link seguro para poder ir directamente a la página. Así que ahí lo tienen. Si quieren unirse a nuestra comunidad, inglés, español, bienvenidos. Ya saben que aquí estamos para lo que sea. Y pues bueno, vámonos a las tablas. Alex, show us the ETH magic.
Nice. Yeah, so, I mean, if you haven't been living under a rock, Ethereum was hammered. I mean, just a few days ago, that was actually one of the most insane dumps I've seen on Ethereum in a while. I mean, in one day, it collapsed 27%, dumping almost $1,000 in one day. You know, and I wasn't actually expecting ETH USD to actually move down that aggressively. We were always on the camp that ETH BTC was in a precarious spot. You know, we were always talking about the 366 zone, and it was very basic to me. It was, you know, as soon as we lose 366, you have to be very cautious on Ethereum. It's very obvious. The weekly EMA 9 was solidly holding ETH BTC down. Remember, if ETH BTC is going to be weak, it's going to bleed into ETH USD becoming weak, meaning once Bitcoin goes and does any kind of pullback, like what we saw a few days ago, you know, where it went all the way down to let me see here. Let me go to the daily one, the weekly right here, the low 90s. Very normal pullback, went to the daily EMA 100. With a weak ETH BTC, you're going to get moves like this, where it's just exasperated moves down, super aggressive, and a lot more aggressive to the downside than Bitcoin. So that's what a weak ETH BTC gives you. We were always on the camp, though, if we go to the monthly now, that, you know, ETH BTC, once it loses 366, generally is going to aggressively move back down to the 223 level. We were talking about that just based on previous price actions. Very simple. We break out, we go to the 366, we reject, and we instantly go back down to the 23 level. You can see here on the monthly that we actually broke out, and we never backtested that 223 level until we actually came down, retested it here into support, and then came up. Massive bounce off this zone. This 223 level is a massive zone for ETH BTC, and this is the spot where we actually really want to start paying attention. Even on this aggressive bounce, we still had a bounce from the 2-3 level all the way back to the 366 level. Remember, this is a pretty big range on ETH BTC. I mean, this range is 59%. That's pretty massive, but it works, and there's no reason to overcomplicate things. Even here on that SFP, the 2-3 level basically marked a major bottom on ETH back in December 2020 before it had its nice rally up. So now what we see is we are now at the 2-3 level. This is a pretty major, pretty big spot for ETH, and I'll show it on the HBDR first. The idea behind this was we were hoping we were going to wick to the 95%, and then that would act as a major bottom for ETH BTC. You can see we almost did that. Basically, support caught us exactly where it needed to with a very nice move up. This from wick low moved 21%, pretty insane. So now what we have to really observe is, okay, well, is ETH first going to hold this low that it formed 2 days ago on February 3rd? If it does, that's going to be a good sign for bulls, and their objective now is to just pop back above 3. It's 0.03. If they can get back above 3, it'll start looking a little better. Why? Well, you can just see the daily median's been holding us down pretty solid. We see now the daily median is right at parallel with the EMA 9 on the daily. Another area that has been holding us down, telling me that this zone here on ETH BTC is pretty strong resistance. We pop back up and reclaim this. I do think that this could be what helps me at least gauge that this low potentially could be a local low, if not a major low on ETH BTC. it's all though about the weekly. Let me go to the weekly instead of the 2 week. It's all about the weekly though. The weekly is very important for each BTC. You know, if there's a level on the chart that's just been working, there's really no need to overcomplicate things. And we see here with ETH BTC, the EMA 9 on the weekly has been solidly rejecting us for weeks now. One thing to note is right around that 3 zone is right around that weekly 9. The weekly 9 is going to be really important to reclaim. Remember, your objective now is to see first, does this low hold on ETH BTC? If it does hold, then okay, good. We understand the daily downtrend is still very much down. I mean, if we throw the trend wave catalyst on, you can just see that. I mean, lower high to lower low. So reclaiming above that 3 zone would be a really good sign for ETH BTC. You're really going to want to start seeing it get back above first 3 and then break essentially, you know, as high that was formed right at 3269. Perfect end number 69. That then at least can make the argument that the daily trend is shifting, and you really can start just range trading this. You know, going from, if we break the daily trend up all the way up closer to that EMA 100, right around the 3.6 zone. That again is just going to be a major point. It's even with volatility, things don't change. We've just now hit a massive zone. We're now getting that bounce. But the big question just should be, does this bounce take us anywhere? Do we just end up filling some of this wick? You know, the fact that this monthly is closing in 23 days is interesting. It's going to be a pretty important one, because if this monthly loses the support or essentially loses the low that was formed, this is going to be really bad for ETH BTC, and it's just going to play into the fact that Ethereum might actually then potentially not break its cycle high if this starts breaking down. You're going to start seeing though a lot of people talk about the zone on ETH BTC, and it makes a lot of sense. It's held and it's a major zone. If you're bullish here, you're really going to want to be aware of that. Let me see here. I thought it was on the monthly. I thought there was a volatility. And no, that was on ETH. So let's go to ETH now, spot. That's what it was. So we understand ETH BTC finally hit our support zone. We're just kind of now in wait and see. You know, and it's really important now. I mean, I personally am just waiting on the 5-day. I think the 5-day is kind of, you know, the daily, the 2-day, the less than a daily, there's a lot of chop. But with the 5-day, you know, I like the way the 5-day looks, because again, it just plays into what I'm saying on the daily. If we can get back above that 3 number, we've essentially reclaimed that 5-day EMA 9. Then the next zone would be the median, in my opinion. You would go closer to the median right around the 38.2%. Just ties into why the 3 zone is going to be important. The idea here is you're just going to have this low hold, and you're going to want to start seeing bulls kind of move up from this point, or they're going to run the risk of this monthly that now has given us a nice 20% bounce, fully, you know, dumping back and potentially breaking more down. We do break more down, we then have to really start putting on another meme line, which is a never good news. And we have to really start looking at essentially this wick low here. This wick low is at the last stand. I mean, that's at the 100% on the monthly on the HPDR. You should expect some kind of major reaction around here. Remember, that easily could just lead us to maybe the monthly breaks down, we come down, and then we just range here for a few months. Very well could happen, similar to what we saw in this area. Would not be the most craziest. But why I do think that, honestly, if we don't hold this, ETH could start breaking down a lot harder. Is if we now shift gears to actually ETH for spot. It's actually interesting, because into January, we're talking about ETH on the monthly going to the lowest reads of volatility in a long time. You can see now BBWP has basically almost reached the lowest point in this chart's history. Granted, maybe into March, we're actually going to start seeing that now. You can actually start seeing this slowly tie together. I mean, we were talking about this in January, that this monthly giving us a major move is very interesting, because we really haven't seen this, you know, since Ethereum went parabolic around here in 2023. You know, there's not really many times on this chart where BBWP has been this low. So it's always an interesting point when you see that. When we go to the monthly here, though, it is of concern, because if we throw the rainbow chart off now, you see into February, we're potentially going to lose the monthly 9. This is going to be really important to see if bulls hold this or if they end up losing it. You can see here that, you know, once we reclaim the monthly 9, you're generally going to want to see that hold. Once we start losing that, it's just going to lead to just at the very least chop and consolidation. So the objective for bulls is to hold that ETH BTC level that we're bouncing from. And the idea would be then from this major move down, you're going to at least push back up around 3,050. But remember, on this move down on Ethereum, essentially, this kind of eliminated any hopium for bulls that the monthly was in some kind of uptrend. Remember, we broke the last lower high on the monthly here when essentially ETH in December took out that high. The goal here was that Ethereum bulls weren't really going to take out this wick low. The wick low that was formed in August was going to be important because then they could make the argument anywhere around here could be a higher low. You can see here that we've actually taken out that low. So any hopes of an uptrend on the monthly on Ethereum, in my opinion, has now just kind of died. You're going to now have to see it get back above essentially 4,100 for that hopium to actually come back alive, because now what we have is potentially a pretty aggressive trend shift on monthly for Ethereum while it's losing its monthly 9, while BBWP is giving us a major setup. And remember, we talked about this in January. I've had this channel on my Ethereum chart for a while now. It's been like a multi-year channel. Technically, we're approaching the end point here where, you know, maybe late February, early March. Yeah, late February, let's say early March, mid-March, could be what we actually start seeing. Could be when we start seeing Ethereum move aggressively. Right now, ETH, though, is not looking good. It's actually interesting because you're seeing a lot of people talk about alt season now. I think that's pretty baseless right now. It's going to take at least 1 or 2 weekly candles for us to really see, okay, do we reject the 9 and form another weekly lower high, or do we actually reclaim this and try to break the overall downtrend here? For now, it's more of a wait and see. So we already got the bounce on ETH. If you weren't gauging this low on ETH BTC to try to find a low on Bitcoin, on Ethereum spot, you're better just to wait for this weekly. Your objective now as a bull is essentially to see if this weekly EMA 100 holds. That's at 2,696. You ideally are going to want to see this weekly hold. Why? Because we see that the EMA 100 on the weekly was essentially the spot that Ethereum, once it reclaimed and got above, was the area where we kind of started to move up. If we start losing this weekly EMA 100, you're really going to run the risk of ETH going all the way back down at minimum to 2,480. And if that doesn't hold, then you're actually going to run the risk of filling some of this wick potentially into the next weekly. It's never a good sign, though, when ETH loses its weekly EMA 100, especially when you have this, meme line channel that we've been following. So far, it's been pretty much respected pretty nicely. I remember in this zone here when we started losing that EMA 100, we were talking about the SMA 200 kind of being the last stand here, which if it holds price, the idea would be this would spring us up. We'd get back above the channel and reclaim that EMA 100. So it's the same logic. You're now going to want to see that EMA 100 hold. If we start losing that, it's really going to then start looking like this is potentially going to start breaking us down. At the very least, you have to gauge the SMA 200, but you're really going to run the risk of this breaking down because you'll see that we're already channel breaking down. We're already losing the weekly EMA 100, and we know that. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. I think I got a call. There we go. And we know, though, that on the 5-day here, that we're pretty much expanding on volatility now. We almost had a 5-day setup here. We can see now volatility is expanding, and we're only at 50%. This very well could still go up. We see on the 5-day ETH, at minimum, likes to go to the 79%. So it's going to be quite important. On the 5-day, too, you can see we've actually lost that EMA 100. Just ties into why bulls essentially on Ethereum need to really start moving, or they're going to just run the risk of us rejecting and then losing that weekly EMA 100 while rejecting the 5-day. So right now, ETH really is not looking that good. Yes, we've had a very nice bounce up, but what you can see even with the moving averages on the daily, it really actually didn't do too much. Yes, we did not close below the channel. So that's the hopium for bulls now, is they're holding this zone, and it's going to at least help us not break down further. But if we start losing this zone, which in my opinion will be right around that weekly EMA 100, it's really going to then start looking like this is at the very least going to go back to 2,480, 2,490. If not, maybe test a little bit down to 2,300. Ethereum is kind of crazy though. I mean, this can move very aggressively down, and bears are in full control. Even on this major pump up, we just can't forget that they are still in control now. I mean, even on the monthly here, we're basically in the process of breaking down and losing the monthly 9, something that's been holding for 2 months here. It's not a good sign. So as a bull now for Ethereum, you're just kind of hoping that this low holds and we expand from here. Your objective now, in my opinion, is basically to get back above, call it 3,030. If we can get back above 3,030, then you at least can make the argument that we're going to pop back into this range. 3,030 can be support. Resistance can be 3,300. Very simply. We just simply reject this area though, which remember, right around that 3,030, you're going to get a lot of resistance. You're going to have first that SMA 200 on the daily, and that's always our like uptrend gauge, right? If the daily is above the SMA 200, generally speaking, you're in a major bull market and a nice uptrend. But when we're below the SMA 200, generally speaking, that's just when you're in a downtrend going down and chopping. And so the objective for bulls now is to hold this low, and it makes it very hard because, you know, if you take any kind of long here, or I was laughing with Farn the other day because, okay, ETH bounced and it reclaimed support. Now let's long and have our stop at the wick low. Well, it's just too big. I mean, this it's too big. So I mean, it's kind of hard to gauge really where to put your stop. Technically speaking, you're really just not going to want to see essentially 2,600 get lost, because if we start doing that, it's just going to really bleed into potentially the weekly losing that EMA 100. As a bull though, you're going to want to see this low hold. You're going to want to start seeing this push up, and at the very minimum, get back above 3,030. If you can get back above 3,030, I do think then we can be in a new range. We can potentially start looking at going all the way back up to 3,100, if not 3,300. And then from there, we'll just take it and see what occurs specifically on the weekly and monthly. So it's going to be really important. And it's always, you know, when you have a high volatility time specifically for an alt, it's a lot nicer or easier, in my opinion, to really start gauging it on a higher time frame. So you start really looking at this weekly here, it does kind of make sense to me why this zone needs to hold. You're just generally going to want to see that EMA 100 actually act as support and just stay above that. Once the weekly on ETH starts losing that, I'm really going to question this zone and really wonder if we're going to start breaking down and potentially see the month expand into March. You know, this giving us the setup means that even on this terrible aggressive move down that ETH went, which from wick high, you know, from wick high took us all the way down 48%. Remember, volatility on the monthly still hasn't fired off. So technically speaking, we really haven't even seen the bulk of this move yet. And this can still keep contracting. There's nothing telling me it's going to expand into March, February, but the idea would be this just keeps contracting until the end of February, and then possibly into March, we actually do start seeing monthly volatility expand. And that could literally line up perfectly with the end of this channel here. Whenever you get to the end of these channels, generally, if it's going to be right, you're going to get the most amount of volatility towards the end. And like I said, that's either going to be a breakout or a breakdown. And as it stands, Ethereum is more likely to break down than break out now. We really wanted the zone here right at like 3,300 to hold, and it did not. So it's just, once we lost that 3,300 area, you can just see perfectly the reaction. I mean, it was just literally down only after that. So stick to the levels. ETH, though, is really not looking good. The hopium, though, is that this 2,600 region is going to hold. And from there, bulls are going to push us up at the very minimum above 3,030. That way, then, they really can start getting us above specifically the 3 zone on ETH BTC, start reclaiming that daily 9, which has been holding price down for a while. And then we can really try to trend shift this and just break above this, basically February 1st, January 31st high. It's going to be very important. We can do that. Then we can maybe start looking at potentially tapping the 366 or the daily EMA 100. Daily EMA 100 on ETH BTC has just solidly been holding us down. So if we start getting back above there and getting above 366, solidify that, yeah, this.
Your internet might be crapping out on you. You guys can hear me, right? ¿Ustedes me pueden escuchar, tíos? Yeah, it's Alex. Hang on, Farhan. I got you. You're out, but now you're in.
Yeah, my internet has crashed twice now.
That's not bad. Well, Alex has done it now. There you go. Mute it. There you go. You're back. Maybe not.
So that's it. You're just kind of at a big spot on ETH. It's like I don't see any reason at all to front run this and try to aggressively long this. I mean, we had Eric Trump talk about he's buying ETH. This could go up, or he was tweeting about ETH, and then you find out he's selling it. Ethereum on its Bitcoin pairing is at the last stand. So remember, I mean, this is pretty aggressive and pretty ugly. The fact that we're testing this major low already that was formed in 2020 means that for years we stayed above it, and now we're on the verge of fully breaking down. So you're just really going to want to be aware of that. There's really no reason to be antsy on Ethereum. Your now objective is, okay, does ETH BTC hold this low? And does ETH USD at the very least hold 2,600 on a daily close and get back above the 3,030 zone? You can even see on the monthly 9, just to tie it in, why 3,030 is very important. It's because if we can get back above the monthly 9, then the hopium would be that this was just a major liquidity grab. Yes, trend did shift. This was a major, essentially bear trap. We hold the monthly 9, and then possibly into March, we can actually expand and break out of here while the monthly BBWP is at the lowest, while ETH BTC essentially is holding major support. That's kind of the only hopium I have. But remember, it's really going to be reliant on you waiting, you seeing first if the monthly can get back above that zone, which will start with the weekly. Because I understand the monthly is closing in a long time in crypto terms. That's why I think it'll be easy for you to just gauge it on the weekly. See if that EMA 100 holds on the weekly. If it does, gauge the move up back to 3,030 essentially. See wherever that weekly 9 goes. Once we start reclaiming 3,030, that potentially could bleed into the monthly. And then once that monthly actually holds the EMA 9, then you can make the argument that this was a major liquidity grab, something not out of crypto's nature. I mean, that's exactly what we had a few weeks ago on Bitcoin, where we basically took out all the liquidity, got back above the weekly 9, and then from there made a new high. So that's kind of the hopium for ETH now, is we're going to do that on the monthly, but it's going to mean that bulls really need to start getting to work here. So yeah, that's it. If ETH BTC starts taking this low out, I'm not going to touch Ethereum. I'm going to start thinking that Ethereum actually then might not break its cycle high, which then tells me that we actually could start seeing the flipping of ETH.
Wait, sorry. I just have to ask, because you're on the weekly right now on this ETH BTC chart. Don't you have volatility expanding towards the downside also on the 2-week? It's starting.
Let's see.
It's not perhaps the most beautiful setup, right? But it is.
Yeah, I mean, we are back above the moving average. That's the hopium here. While this is in, bear territory, bears are in control.
Possible Nagasaki on Ethereum.
Exactly.
That's why I'm mainly looking at the monthly. The monthly looks more interesting to me because you can see the monthly on ETH BTC got back above the moving average. Yeah. And since you essentially just started to aggressively move down. So
this is how Sol ETH is doing.
Yeah. So this is still expanding technically. And that's why it really is kind of ominous about ETH actually putting in a major monthly setup now.
The flipping could be Solana over ETH. Sol ETH.
Yeah, and that is what we potentially could see. I mean, That is really good strength. You know, we were talking about this
better.
Yeah, actually. That's funny. Let me see here. So one thing to note on the monthly here is just like what I showed on ETH BTC, once the monthly broke above the moving average, kind of what started the aggressive move down on ETH BTC. Well, on the flip side, Sol ETH actually did that on the monthly here, and we see bulls have very nice control. This isn't a very obvious uptrend with just higher lows and higher highs. We've just now formed another higher high into January. So February, you should be gauging that higher low. Any kind of move down to that 6 region, basically the monthly 9, there's really no reason to overcomplicate things. The monthly 9 has been solidly holding our higher lows. So you should be gauging probably this to go down, form some higher low around here, and then move up. Seems very simple to me. And the strength here is what you ideally want to see on the ETH BTC, right? You're getting the opposite now. So you're just getting, you know, Sol ETH going up while ETH BTC just totally breaking down. The 2-week here is actually on the verge of expanding. So this just tells me that, you know, Sol Ethereum actually could then maybe Farn is right, and we actually do start seeing the flipping happen with Sol. Maybe Solana actually does break Ethereum's top 2 spot and overthrow it. It actually wouldn't be the craziest thing to me. We've been talking about this for months. Remember, Ethereum's technology is slow. It's expensive. Solana works. I mean, it works really well. The network does go down somewhat. But technically speaking, I mean, Sol is extremely strong compared to Ethereum. So it wouldn't be the most insane thing, especially if we started to really see the ETH monthly BBWP expand to the downside. So that's kind of it. Sol ETH is looking amazing. It's looking great. The monthly and the 2-week look like they're about to expand. I'd be gauging a higher low on Sol ETH essentially, which you know, could mean that maybe this pulling back gives ETH BTC a kind of a chance to move up. But remember, if we start taking this low on ETH BTC and we really start going back down, specifically under 2,300 on ETH, I'm going to be looking at that as just really bad. And I do think at very minimum, 1,800 to possibly 1,700 is going to be the next zone for ETH. If not, all the way down here at 1,400, but we'll play it level to level. ETH it's kind of a level to me. So right now we're above the channel, so we want that to hold. That's at 3,600. If that can hold, that should at least take us back around 3,000 region. 3,000 region is going to be really important. Remember, the objective is 3,030. So as a bull, you're just going to try to get back above 3,030. If we can do that, then the monthly 9 will keep holding. And then this really could start looking like a major bear trap. And then we could see into next month this expand out. And remember, if this monthly starts moving and expanding, we actually could start seeing something on Ethereum that we really haven't seen since, you know, this area here in January of 2024, when Ethereum did actually go pretty insanely up. But that's going to mean that bulls are going to have to get to work massively this month. So, you know, that's basically ETH. We were very bearish on this. We start losing that monthly 9. It's just going to tie into us possibly breaking down in the next month. The hopium is now that this low took out all the liquidity. Bears got really horny, started shorting this. Bulls closed all longs or got liquidated even. And now usually when you get those massive liquidity grabs or squeezes down, those often can mark major bottoms, but you're going to need to see bulls actually defend those zones by not going back below these areas, these lows. Now on Ethereum, it's harder to trade this because this low, we're talking about a 20% move. So, you know, maybe just wait and see. But as long as that weekly EMA 100 holds, I'm going to be looking at this as at the very least a chance to go back to the 38.2%, closer to that 3,000 mark. So that's all I have on ETH. We finally did go to my ETH BTC level that I was talking about, but I think Ethereum would dump almost $1,000 in one day? Absolutely not. So for me, that's just something I mentally noted for next time.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the screen thing because apparently I just can't do it. But no, that's awesome. ETH is not looking good, man. And like you said, by the way, Solana, as someone who uses this bullshit, Solana is so much better than Ethereum. It makes no sense that Ethereum is worth more than Solana. If people talk about technology, right? The problem with the crypto space is no one gives a fuck about technology. What do we want? We just want those motherfuckers to pump. We don't care about using it. No one uses crypto, really. We just want that thing to go up. So it's hard to gauge and put common sense into it. Yeah.
If they cared about the technology, then XRP would be the #1 coin in the world because it's the future of finance.
Get the fuck out of here, Mr. Garlic House. Thank you so much for your input. Thank you. All right. We're doing Bitcoin after. Cool. Tenemos Ethereum. Vamos a analizar Ethereum, pero primero lo vamos a comparar con Bitcoin. Aquí hay algo muy importante. Estamos viendo la semanal y hemos estado monitoreando este nivel del 0.0367 por un rato, ¿no? Que es justamente donde está esta línea meme. La cosa es, nos caímos de ello. Has visto que hemos respetado toda esta línea de tendencia que va de abajo para arriba, creando nuevos mínimos más altos hasta este punto, ¿no? Básicamente. Y la pregunta acá es, ¿rompimos el bajo de acá o no? Y no lo hemos roto todavía. Y también todavía más interesante es esto, para que puedan verlo, pero de cerca. Son mili, espérenme. Y ahí van a poder ver. No lo hemos roto todavía. Creamos un bajo más alto. Por más que hayamos caído de esta zona, estamos creando un bajo más alto. Ahora, esto va a ser un punto crítico en la zona de Ethereum. Si llegamos a barrer este bajo, este mínimo, y luego nos llevamos este corbata, esta estructura puede caer tranquilamente, todavía un porcentaje más choncho. Y ese porcentaje más choncho nos podría llevar a Ethereum, digamos, de una vez perder esto al siguiente nivel. Estás hablando de un 25%, por más chico que se vea. Ethereum, obviamente, esto es bajista, ¿no? Estás creando altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y en toda esta estructura, bajos más bajos, hasta acá. Esto quiere decir que esto tiene que aguantar, es crítico. La cosa es, cuando volteamos a ver volatilidad, vemos que está expandiendo con esta bajada. Está en 44, casi en 45% y el promedio siguiéndole por abajo en 38. Esto nos dice que esto podría dar más continuación a la baja. Es bastante interesante. Esta es una tabla de 2 semanas y yo creo que en todas las temporalidades que lo quieras poner, este es el secreto, la receta secreta. Personalmente creo que, bueno, no, ya hicimos el retesteo, caímos, retesteamos la línea y ahora vamos para abajo. Olvídense de lo que creo. Entonces, lo que debemos buscar si somos alcistas en Ethereum es simplemente no llevarnos este mínimo. Esta línea meme va a ser muy importante para ti. Cualquiera la puede poner en su tabla usando como referencia este mínimo de diciembre del 2020. Para que tengan una idea, si llegamos a barrer este mínimo, estás barriendo estructura alcista de 4 años. No, 5. Bueno, esto es diciembre del 2020, es el casi 2021. 4 años te estarías llevando de corbata en esto. Déjame ver la semanal. Semanal, por ejemplo, ya está expandiendo. Perdón, estoy pintando. La semanal ya está expandiendo ante esta caída. La pueden ver completamente. 5 días. 5 días está llegando a rojo, lo que nos dice que tal vez esta caída está por acabar. Mueve rápido. 2 días. 2 días estamos a punto de bajar por el promedio, aunque bajamos y lo volvimos a retomar. Y en la diaria seguimos calientes, lo que nos dice que esto todavía tiene tal vez más probabilidades de dar continuación a esta caída que estamos experimentando en Ethereum Bitcoin en este momento. Otra cosa importante que vale la pena resaltar antes de llegar al precio es básicamente esto. No es SolSeth, por más que crean que sí. Es Solana, Ethereum. Porque Solana es mejor tecnología que Ethereum. No importa lo que me quieran contar, yo uso estas cosas tristemente. Y Solana tiene un mejor entorno, tiene mejores carteras, tiene una mejor red, etcétera, que Ethereum. Y podemos ver lo que está pasando con Ethereum Solana en este momento. Solana está rompiendo a la alza y puede que el flippening no sea Ethereum llevándose a Bitcoin de corbata, sino Solana llevándose a Ethereum de corbata. ¿Qué estamos viendo acá para toda la gente que ha estado aprendiendo con nosotros? Y si eres nuevo, bienvenido. Tenemos, cuando tienes la parte más alta de un punto y luego lo puedes conectar acá, estás formando este patrón. Es una tradicional tasa, tienes la consolidación alcista y luego tienes el breakout. Este patrón es alcista, ¿ok? En este tipo de situaciones cuando se da, bueno, en sí el patrón debería ser alcista, pero también cuando tienes fallo lo puedes medir a la baja. La cosa aquí es esto. ¿Cómo mides esto? Del punto más alto, y espérame, porque está mal puesta mi línea, meme, me está rompiendo los huevos. No. Podríamos argumentar que ahí está. Sí, ahí está. Ya, bueno, y perfecto. Ahí tienes exactamente todo eso. Y ahora, ¿cómo lo voy a medir? Voy a ir al punto más bajo de esta tabla, que es justamente esto en diciembre del 2022. Y voy a juntar con el punto más alto. Esto nos debería llevar en el breakout a un objetivo de esta magnitud. Ahora, puedes ver esa vela que reventó al alza, ya casi llegó ahí. Ese casi es el objetivo. Pero para que se dé completo de donde estamos ahorita hasta el objetivo, estás hablando de un 50% de crecimiento de Solana en contra de Ethereum o un 50% de caída en Ethereum en contra de Solana. Esto es bastante potente y alcista. Tienes mínimos más altos, estás por encima del 9. Esta es una tabla de 2 semanas bastante limpia y es algo que tienen que mantener en mente porque Ethereum Solana, parece que Solana se va a llevar a Ethereum, pero de corbata. Vamos al análisis de Ethereum, donde nos está jugando. Este es un maldito Ethereum. Voy a borrar esto porque de aquí a que lleguemos ahí falta. Entonces no lo necesito, solamente las líneas importantes. Ok, vamos a ir a todas las temporalidades, pero solamente rápido para que lo noten. Esta vela, lo pueden ver ahí. Esta vela en la que estamos ahorita, que faltan 11 días, 9 horas para cerrar, esta es la gatada del siglo. Pero del siglo. ¿Por qué es la gatada del siglo? Porque imagínate que quieres abrir un long en Ethereum, eso es lo que estaba diciendo Alex. Quieres abrir un long, ¿no? Cuando entres al promedio del 55 o tal vez el 100. Ve todo lo que tienes que hacer para invalidarlo. Esto está haciendo imposible que te vayas en long, lo que a mí personalmente me suena como exactamente lo que tiene que pasar. Ahora, ¿dónde te metes? ¿Quién sabe? Porque esta vela dio un tipo de liquidación igualita, luego subió todo, haciendo todo el mundo pensar que estaba chido, luego volvió a caer, pero no rompió el mínimo, pero ve lo cerca que quedó. Entonces, si estás entrando por acá y vuelve a regresar Ethereum a los 2200, ¿te va a quitar cuánto? ¿No? Y eso solamente es para invalidar tu trade. Del 55 al 100, digamos, son 13, pero para invalidarlo por completo tienes que, exacto, 20%. Y ahí es donde dices, puta madre, está también difícil longuear Ethereum, o al menos si no lo estás haciendo en spot, ¿no? Porque si estás usando cualquier tipo de apalancamiento, que Dios te ampare, cabrón. Es la mejor manera de ponerlo. Vamos a la de 3 meses de Ethereum, vamos a ver cómo se está pintando esta fotografía. Tenemos básicamente muchísima indecisión. Nos gustaría, obviamente, a todos los que son alcistas en Ethereum que pudiéramos crear el mismo patrón que vimos a Solana y Ethereum creando hasta acá arriba en los 4,800, pero estamos muy lejos de eso. Esta vela simplemente llegó hasta los 3,729, 3,744, perdón, 3,700. No, en realidad el Wikazo es a 3,744 y el de abajo es 2,118. Estás hablando de una vela gigantesca. Y justamente, mínimo en la de 3 meses, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que se encuentra en los 2,670. Importante mantener este número en mente. Vamos a ver si tenemos algo en volatilidad. Denme un segundo. No, volatilidad está contrayendo en este momento, lo que no nos dice nada, pero está al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla de Ethereum. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual es un poco ya parecida a la de 2 semanas, claramente. Y tenemos esta vela de indecisión, luego tienes la caída que no te confirmó ni madres y esta que sí, pero todavía faltan 23 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta vela, por lo que no te ha confirmado absolutamente nada, puede darse la vuelta tranquilamente y cerrar en 3,700 si quiere, y teniendo este rango tan enorme de tomada de liquidez que hizo, lo hace demasiado difícil para poder invalidar tu long en una buena temporalidad, o sea, en una temporalidad alta para llevarte un long chido, rico, lleno de dinero. Así que esto lo pone difícil. También más allá de eso, pues tenemos altos altos más bajos y por ahora altos más bajos, que es lo que estamos haciendo, pero todavía no rompemos los bajos. Esa es la cosa. No hemos roto esta estructura todavía de acá, que empieza el 2024. Entonces, todavía no podemos decir que efectivamente esto va a cocinarse para abajo, porque no hay evidencia. Y además de eso, estamos viendo que nuestra volatilidad está haciendo un setup en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en Ethereum. Está preparando algo, un movimiento agresivo. Entonces, todavía no nos dice nada, no nos está empujando para nada, así que no podemos empezar a opinar. La cosa en esta tabla, en esta temporalidad mensual, es, ya perdiste el promedio del 9. Definitivamente, todavía quedan 23 días, 9 horas para poder cerrar esto. Lo que quieres ver, si son alcistas en Ethereum, es poder cerrar por encima del promedio del 9, que se encuentra en $3,034. De ahí te vas a poder dar esperanza de que este fue el mínimo y vas a poder darte otro testeo de a ver si vas a romper los 3,700 y de ahí los 4,000, ¿qué son? 4,100, básicamente, 4,100. Pero por ahora no hay nada que nos diga eso. Estamos aguantando el promedio del 21 por ahora, pero podemos jugar con él como lo hemos hecho todo este tiempo. 2 semanas es justamente la que estábamos viendo. 2 semanas. Esta es una vela alcista. Para que sepan, esto es un hammerhead de a madre, pero de nuevo, tu invalidación, lo que hace este hammerhead tan poderoso es tu invalidación también. Esta toma de liquidez tan grande que va a ser la piña en los huevos de todos los fanáticos de Ethereum. Ahora, esto es interesante. Ethereum ha tenido, no en total, y eso es algo que quiero que vean, la única vez estos cierres, ese es un cierre en la línea meme. Luego tienes 2, 3 y hasta acá, ¿no? Estos son los únicos cierres en esa línea meme. Luego estos no lo logró. Este es un mejor cierre que estos. Y a mí me gusta también considerar eso, porque los cierres, a fin de cuentas, son los que yo uso para poder decir o mínimo poner probabilidades más altas a lo que está haciendo el precio sin ruido. Porque cuando pones los wikazos, se ve igual esto que esto. Pero cuando ves los cierres, puedes darte cuenta que Ethereum cerró más fuerte acá. Lo que nos sigue indicando indecisión. ¿Por qué es indecisión? Porque tienes altos más bajos, pero bajos más altos. Y te está manteniendo eso. Y estás justamente en medio del rango. Justamente en medio del rango. Entonces, para ti, alcista en la tabla de 2 semanas, donde también estás viendo, perdón, sigo pintando, donde estás viendo que volatilidad está contrayendo en esta, lo que tienes que esperar es, primero, quieres retomar este nivel en los 2,832, que es tu promedio del 34, pero de nuevo, tu promedio del 9 está en los 3,100, que es un poco parecido a donde está el mensual. Vamos a la semanal. Acá también los tienes en 3,100, el promedio del 9, que es lo que nos dice a todos que eso podría ser la zona de interés. Y ahora, aunque el precio regrese al S&P 200, que está en 2,483, tienes que darte cuenta una vez más. Ahí abrir un long en Ethereum te va a tomar una invalidación de 15%, güey. O sea, ni en la semanal se ve clara la cosa y no tienes ningún setup de volatilidad todavía para nada. Vamos a la de 5 días. Me gustan las gráficas de 5 días en criptos. Exacto. Y en la de 5 días tienes expansión de volatilidad ante la caída. Eso es algo preocupante porque esta volatilidad está expandiendo me parece que el 15%. No llegó al 15%, pero el 16%, y eso es bastante, nosotros lo consideramos como un setup, sobre todo en la de 5 días, y esto nos podría estar empujando también a la baja, y lo que estás viendo ahorita sería una corrección. Vamos a la de harina, donde exactamente estamos viendo eso, que la volatilidad continúa expandiendo ante el movimiento bajista, y es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. ¿Ves a vela verde? Y puedes ver en la diaria también. ¿Dónde tienes tu promedio del 9 y tu promedio del 200? Está justamente en 2,970 y cacho, ¿no? Casi poniéndolo por ahí de los 3,000. Para poder sentirte seguro en un long de Ethereum, tenemos que construir una base acá y poder pasar esto. Ponlo en la diaria así. Esto ha sido una resistencia completa. Esto fue un SP, en mi opinión, y esto va para abajo. Yo creo que una vez que retomes esta zona y lo uses como soporte, ya sabes, normalmente tienes el breakout, soporte, esta es la oportunidad y de ahí para arriba. Si es que se llega a dar ese movimiento, si se va a la baja, va a ser completamente diferente cómo lo vas a jugar. Vas a jugar altos más bajos, ¿no? Entonces, prendería yo mi wave trend exactamente, tendrías el rebote. Básicamente, esto iría a esta zona más o menos. Y aquí es donde abres tu short y lo invalidas aquí arriba. Sería ese tipo de jugada en, en este gráfico. Pero por ahora no hay nada que nos diga que Ethereum, pueden verlo acá, esté pintando nuevos máximos en cualquier momento. Se ve más bajista que alcista por mucho. Y la cosa no pinta bien para los fanáticos de Ethereum por ahora. Si quieren ser alcistas arriba de $3,000, seguimos bajistas ahorita, no hay nada más que decir. Y eso es lo que está pasando con Ethereum en estos momentos. Vámonos a Bitcoin, como de que no. Al análisis bitcoinero. And who's going to do this? Bitcoin.
I shall do Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah.
Because it fits my bias.
Look at the Bitcoin. It's just a little coin. It's digital.
It happens to fit my bias sometimes, you know.
It fits my bias, and I love my bias. It's one of the best biases anyone has ever had.
Although I got to be a little bit honest, it kind of didn't really fit my bias. I'm just lying and said it did.
Well, it fucked you. The 2-week chart, kind of like on that rejection on the median yet again, was front running your delicious long.
Yeah, this Bitcoin, you know how we like to say, vete a la verga, Bitcoin.
Yes.
You know, I as an expert can tell you, if you're ever arguing with your Latina girlfriend, all you have to say is vete a la verga.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she'll
Yeah.
just say you're absolutely right.
Absolutely. That'll
Calm
work.
down.
That'll work 60% of the time, every time.
Yes, sir. So on the 5 days right now, we this was kind of my basis for taking the long that I did, based on, and also the 2 weeks 2 week with the 5 day. So on the 5 day, we corrected exactly down to this 21 EMA, which the last time we really corrected to that 21 is right over here before we went absolutely vertical. So what I'm trying to do right now on the 5 day is catch the same type of 5 day move that we got right here. Didn't happen just yet, though. We corrected to the 21 EMA. Now what seems like is going to happen, as long as we're below the 9, and because the median went up after we closed below it, which is kind of bearish, is that I would expect this rejection of the 9 EMA to bring us back down to the 38.2 and the 21 EMA, which as of right now sits somewhere around $94,250. My bias as at this point now is that we'll continue to reject this 9 EMA, and probabilities also line up with it that will come back down to this 21 and this 38.2, around low $94,000 area. And that's what I think is going to be the next opportunity point for a bounce here. And this is going to be one of those like extreme level trades where your stop loss is very, very close and you have minimal risk, so you're free to up the size. And your stop loss would be the wick low of this candle. So then your risk point would be about 21. It's around like high 93s to this wick low. That's about 2.7% to the downside you're risking. And if the 5 day setup does fire off at that point, then you're getting about how much to the upside? But that would take us into the 130s, 134 roughly. That'd be about 43% to the upside, probably percent versus a less than 3% risk to the downside. Quite a nice setup, if I do say so myself. So this is where I'm going to be having my bids between the 38.2 and the 21 EMA. Maybe on possibly even today, or maybe next stream on Friday, we might even see this happen live. Take another live trade. There's a lot of people who are a lot smarter than me and did end up taking majority of their profits, and they were not actually waiting for the 5 day setup to play out. And they also use a lot more degenerate leverage than I did, so it does make sense that they cashed out. But this is going to be the point where it's going to be a very high probability bounce, because if you see right here, every single time we've lost the 5 EMA during this uptrend, I'm in the median on the 5 day, we ended up correcting back down to the bottom 38.2, and then that bottom 38.2 is what sprung us back up, and we hit new all-time highs after that. So that's what I'm looking for right here at this bottom 38.2. Is going to react the same way it did over here, or we're going to have basically a change of structure from when this entire breakout initially happened from around the $50,000 area. Because then what's more likely is that we're going to end up getting one of these things that we had over here whenever we lost 38.2. We ended up dumping significantly from there. From where we lost 38.2 was right about here. And then we went down another 20% from there. So if we were to just do 20% from even this 50% area, that brings us down to right around $70,000. And if we were to go all the way back down at $70,000, that would confirm our 2-week bearish divergences, our monthly bearish divergence, and then very high probabilities that this cycle is over. Go to the weekly corrected all the way back down to this bottom 38.2. So if we do get a retest of that $94,000 area, it would make sense that you have this wick low as your stop loss at 91,166. And if you do drop below that area, then very likely you're going to end up going significantly lower, and you'd basically get out for 2.7% or with fees 3% scratch. Whereas if you're right, which is more high probability that you're right at this point because of the strong bounce of 38.2 on the weekly, is high probability you'll end up getting that 40% move to the upside, because eventually that 5-day setup is going to fire off. And as of right now, it is more high probabilities it does fire to the upside. Switch to the 2-week, put monthly actually. And the monthly is still above that 5 EMA and still above the median. So the monthly trend is also still to the upside. As we're whenever we went on one of these vertical moves, we basically held the 5 EMA and the median the entire way through. And when we lost the 5 EMAs, whenever the chop started during summer of 2024, and as of right now, we're still above both of them. We corrected perfectly down to this median. Another little retest, making it ever so slightly higher, low at $94,000, would be a very Bitcoin-like move. We got another 23 days to go before this month ends. Would be very, very high, very Bitcoin-like. Is take out most of the longs on this wick by correcting down to 94, and then closing green for the month, because we do have probabilities that February will close green. There's a 78% chance, 78% hit rate of February's closing green in general. But then when you take February's in an odd year, which is what I got from Crown, is at this 100% hit rate for those closing green. So as of right now, we have, if you were to take the most like, what is the word? Most safe probabilities, that would be 78% of all February's. Then if you're a little bit more aggressive, you take the February's in the odd years, and we have 100% chance of those closing green. So that would probability like give us close over this 38.2, which right now is at 105,422. If we look at what happened last time we closed over this 38.2, we went up about 73% to the upside. If we take 73% to the upside, that takes us roughly to $169,000. My bias. It agrees with that. And I'm not just saying it because it agrees with my bias. We switch to
right.
Yeah, I would also take the quarterly over the 38.2%. Last time we went over the 38.2% on the quarterly, we went all the way up to the 61.8%. Right now, the 61.8% sits at about $116,000 to $120,000, which roughly would be the target of that 2-day setup. And we'll get to that whenever we do the momentum chart. And right now, this 2-day is bouncing off pretty much perfectly off this 55 EMA. What I'm looking for on that retest of that $94,000 area would be somewhat of a fill of this wick right here. And maybe it'll probably take another period or two to play out, because what's going to happen then is that this 78.6 level is going to rise. And it'll be very interesting to see that also right at $94,000 area, because that'll also add probabilities that you'll end up bouncing there and making the next local bottom at that point. And this is going to close in 8 hours and 16 minutes, so it's kind of unlikely that this does play out within that period. So what is probably going to happen is the 78.6 level is going to rise as long as you're above it. And momentum is now breaking into the bearish control zone as well today, with volatility pointing up. That does give probabilities of lower from this point. Same thing as the daily, with the momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone, volatility is pointed up. As at this moment, we are struggling with this 55 EMA after closing below it. 55 is technically going to be resistance at this point. It's at around $98,600. So we're below it by about $600. As long as we're closing below it, we do have probabilities of coming down to the 78.6 level, which as of right now is sitting somewhere around high $94,000, which also does kind of fit my bias. 4 hours flipping back down on momentum with volatility still points to the upside, and we're losing our 38.2 level, where if we close below this level, probabilities are that we come back down to this 95% like we did last time. Right now, the 95% is at around $92,000-ish, $93,000, and this level would rise as long as we're above it. So in this next 15 minutes, it will rise from 93 to maybe 94. That's what I'd like to see. Sorry. Quarterly still has that active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. A little unlikely to invalidate on this candle because it would have to close below $58,890. But on the next quarterly open, the pivot is going to be around $89,224, and it's going to be a lot easier to confirm that than $58,000. Can you please stop, bud? Can you please get off of me? He's digging his claws into my legs. It wouldn't be a stream without Fibonacci leaving me life-lasting scars.
Oh yeah.
On the monthly, we have possible bearish divergence between this point and this point. It's still possible, still not confirmed as long as we're closing above $89,221. Once that happens, though, every single time that we've had bearish divergence, 100% hit rate, it's been the end of the cycle. Look at the jewel, though, probabilities are that that divergence will not confirm, because the jewel is already curving back up around towards the critical zone with a buy signal. On the 2-week, we've corrected all the way perfectly back down this 9 EMA, which 9 EMA has been basically support ever since we started breaking out from $60,000. Yo, Alex, can you give me a glass of water, please? And whenever we tested back to the 9 EMA, we've sprung up from it and hit new all-time highs basically every single time since this rally broke out around the election time. So if we do lose this 9 EMA, it's going to be a change of structure from this entire rally from around $58,000 area, and it's going to be similar to what we had during the spring and summer of 2024, where we just basically went sideways and down towards the 21 EMA. If that were to happen this time around, the difference is going to be from here is that we never confirmed a bearish divergence on the 2-week. From here and the monthly. From here, we would likely confirm bearish divergences on the 2-week and monthly if we were to come back down to this 21. And that would be different from what we had here, and the cycle would likely be over. Not quite. So there's not on the weekly, but it is on the 2-week for the bearish divergence. 5-day. What is this close? 104. 104. Yep, there's possible bearish divergence on the 5-day as well. And to confirm it, you'd have to close below $91,341. That would bring us back down to 55 EMA, which would be around $81,000, likely confirming the monthly bearish divergence, and we're likely gonna bear market from that point. 5 days still has that possible setup with volatility going to many periods of 0%. And then it went all the way up towards, I believe, 10 or 11% on our dump, and then started contracting again, and now it's around 7.5%. So the setup is still looming in the background. 2-day, 2-day still has that possible inverse head and shoulders. To confirm the head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders, we'd have to close over about $102,514. That likely takes us up towards the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is at $126,400. But if you were to go from volatility expansion, what our target for the setup would be, it expanded at 100 $100,000 basically. So if you were to take the 20 to 20%, that's actually very easy, somewhere around $120,000 to $125,000, very close to that critical zone. Daily did go on the RSI momentum below all of these lows here, while making a higher low, giving us possible daily hidden bullish divergence. And to confirm it, we'd have to close above basically, what is this level? 102,514, same number. That would then give us high probabilities of hitting somewhere around the first bullish control zone and then the critical zone, because we're coming from almost 0% on the volatility. That would give us a first target of around 112,600, then a second one of around $146,000, which would then be the 5-day setup target. Nope, lower lows, no divergence. Now we can check out the momentum chart. I always like looking at the 6-month just because it's funny to look at the pivot. Right now, volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been at, while momentum is about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $30,100.
You mean because it fits your bias?
Indeed, sir. It fits my bias.
Mm.
Quarterly has one of the most beautiful ever America patterns, with volatility pointed to the upside from the lowest level it's ever been. Momentum's entering the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $60,600. The most beautiful pattern I've ever seen in my life. On the monthly, we have an even more beautiful America pattern, where we have California right here, we got Texas right there, we got Florida right there, we got New York right over here, and then we just went up straight to the target of that America pattern. Glass of water, please. Volatility is still contracting on the monthly. We're about to drop below that 15% reset point. Last time we went below 15%, we almost immediately started expanding back above it, and that was during our Hamas setup of 2023.
It's called the United States setup, sir.
Oh yeah, my bad. The United States setup of 2023. And momentum is going to be to the upside as long as we're closing above $92,700 while we are bouncing at the edge of the critical zone. My bad. We're just having some good old H2O.
That's weird.
Right, it's not Coke Zero for once.
Are you sure?
He says that's weird.
Well, that's odd.
I was just watching some Adam Sandler and got inspired when he said H2O.
The water boy.
It's one of the most legendary movies of all time.
Yeah.
Last time we flipped back up on the monthly while we were within the critical zone was right around here, based from our last America setup, when we were at about $42,000, and we went towards our previous all-time highs of around $74,000. These America setups have a 100% hit rate on the cycle. 2-week is now bouncing right off that 9 EMA, with momentum slightly pointed to the downside, and it's going to be down as long as we're below $108,000. But we got 11 days to go, and a lot can happen in 11 days in cryptocurrency land, because that's an eternity. Weekly is now at 0% volatility. Moving average just about to meet up with volatility at 0%. Last time we were at 0% volatility, it was right off the back before this current America setup fired off during the election time. And right now, momentum is trying to pick back up. It's still technically to the downside. We got 4 days and 9 hours to go. We're right at the edge of the critical zone, and it'll stay up as long as we close above $101,800. Right now, it is to the upside. So if we close below this number, it will flip back down. It will reject the critical zone, and then that's where it likely gets very ugly. Probably bringing us down at a minimum towards this 21 EMA, which right now is at like $89,000. That would be breaking these lows, taking all the liquidity there, which likely brings us lower, giving us monthly bearish divergence, and then somewhere around this 55, which right now is at low $70,000 area. And because that monthly bearish divergence should be confirmed, we have a 100% hit rate. That being the bear market, this likely doesn't hold. Probably brings us down somewhere around this 200, which would then like maybe be our cycle lows. Well, look at that. Fits my bias at $45,000.
Wait, are you saying that because the momentum is getting below the bullish critical zone and now heading down?
Yeah, so if we were to close below this number, it would reject this zone. It would confirm bearish divergences across the board, the weekly, the 2-week, the monthly, likely bringing us down towards this 55, which then like the technical setup wouldn't be to break this on the weekly bearish divergence or the 2-week bearish divergence. What would likely break this is the monthly bearish divergence.
Yeah, because that's normally the end of cycle one.
Yeah, so we probably get somewhat of a bounce here, maybe even a significant bounce at this low $70,000 to mid $70,000 area. To for everyone who thinks they bought that CME gap, because then it has to take their liquidity, fuck them, by making another lower high and then break below this area for that bearish divergence to play out, taking us down towards this 200, which fits my bias at $45,000. But as of right now, we still are pointed to the upside. And the only way to close flip down is if in the next 4 days and 9 hours we close below 101,800, which we are below right now. 5 days has that looming momentum setup with volatility at 0% for 3 periods. Now we're sort of expanding. We're above the moving average, but we're still below 15%. And as of right now, momentum is pointed to the downside. To flip it up, we would have to close over $103,800. So as of right now, if momentum does start expanding over 15%, probabilities are that we get that move to the downside. And if you were to just take it from somewhere around, let's assume it'll expand below this low at $91,300 and take a 30 to 35% move from there. $30% brings us down to about $63,000, and 35% brings us to about $59,000-$60,000. So that would pretty safe to say that would confirm our monthly bearish divergence, and that would also flip quarterly momentum to the downside. And every single time that's happened, that's been a bear market. Switch to the 2-day. 2-day is still resetting on momentum on volatility. Last time we reset below the 15% was whenever we hit our current all-time highs of around $109,000. While we're getting a little derp of death on the stochastic momentum, we are rejecting the critical zone and we're pointed down as long as we're below $103,350. The last time we had that derp of death, we corrected down towards the 55 EMA, which as of right now, we have corrected towards the 55 EMA. So it is arguable that it has played out. But if we lose this wick low, then we're going to go significantly lower, and that's at 91,341. That probably brings us down somewhere around this 200. Right now, the 200. Let me add the 100. First the 100, then the 200. Let me save this too. That 100 is somewhere around like low $80,000 area. That would confirm our 2-week and monthly bearish divergence. That would then eventually bring us down to this 200, and that's at about $70,000. Daily has a volatility setup already firing off where we went below 15%, went all the way down towards, what is this, like 1 or 2%. Now we're expanding above 15%. We're at 30%. While momentum is pointed down and to right at the edge of the bearish control zone. And if it can close in this next 8 hours over $98,755, a little bit below that right now, momentum will flip back up. It'll reject the bearish control zone. That likely brings us into the bullish control zone, and that would mark this as our next major macro low. Right now, a 4-hour volatility is dropping back down after hitting a double extreme, all the way back down to 50%, 51%, while momentum is rejecting the critical zone and is pointed down below 99,950, so about $100,000. So all of the high time frames are still bullish, still pointed up, Quarterly is pointed up as long as we're above 60,600. 6 month is pointed up as long as we're above $30,000, and monthly is pointed up as long as we're above like $90,000. So what seems very likely now is, since we've corrected to the 2-week 9 EMA, we've corrected towards the weekly, 2-week 5 EMA, the monthly 5 EMA, 2-week 9 EMA. What's likely is we do get a retest of our, not the exact lows, but slightly above them, which would be, it would give you a 2.7% risk to the downside, where you just put your stop loss at the weekly lows, and you'd expect that 5-day setup to play out, especially because it lines up with the bottom 38.2%. And probabilities would be heavily in your favor that 5-day setup would then play out to the upside, and you would have 2.7% risk to the downside if it doesn't play out. What lines up with that is our lower time frame momentum is starting to point down. We're getting daily starting to point down. We're getting 4 hours starting to point down, and giving us high probabilities that we'll fill some of that wick towards like $93,000, $94,000 area. Then that $94,000 area, if a high time frame momentum is still in our favor, which it currently is, would give us probabilities of bouncing from there towards new all-time highs. And I would expect the 5-day setup to play out that point, which is what I'm trying to catch. And that would lead us somewhere into the 130s to 140s.
And that fits our bias. So
it fits my bias, absolutely.
Most important part.
And what also fits my bias is those divergences confirm. That'll take us into the bear market of around that 200 SMA at about $45,000.
So, I mean, you're looking at the divergences saying they're there, but for right now, this seems to be just based on probabilities and statistics, and especially from the past, that this will be the point where we find a nice bottom and then goes up. Now, the invalidation, obviously, wick low on the weekly.
Yeah.
Or a daily close below 98,700, because that continues to push momentum towards the downside, right?
Yeah. The daily close below 98,700 would just increase the probabilities that we're going towards 94.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Alex. I have questions. All right, I'm learning, dude.
Oh, of course.
That 94 is my bias now.
All right, let's see what we're dealing with on the Bitcoins. So we'll start on the daily first, because I think it's important. It's pretty obvious to me. You can see we dumped exactly to that EMA 100, came a little down, hit the support line, got a nice bounce. I always say this, it's always a concern when you get a major bounce like this and you almost reclaim the daily 9, but you don't. I always find that, like, whenever I see something like that and trading Bitcoin specifically, I'm always like, that's strange, because bulls had all this strength and they couldn't reclaim the daily 9. Oftentimes, whenever you get an epic rally like this, it doesn't close above that EMA 9. Ever so slightly tries to, but doesn't, generally leads to downside moves. So we had that downside move, and unfortunately, that 99.7, 99,600 level did not hold. With volatility, the levels don't change. It just, makes them a lot more likely they're going to retest or break down from that point. So with this, volatility, nothing's really changed on my part. I mean, we essentially want Bitcoin to get back above 99,600. So what we see on this daily is any rallies up to this point, you can just see the cluster of moving averages now. You see the 9s crossing under the 21, and you see that the 21 is now touching the 34. This is telling me that any rally up to this zone, right around that $100,000 mark, which again, I don't think that's a coincidence, because oftentimes Bitcoin likes to flirt around psychological numbers. 100,000 was a pretty big one. As support here, support. That whenever we end up getting back above this daily 9, it's going to then pop us back above the 99,600. So currently, we should be expecting some rally up to this point. As a bear, you're going to be looking for this area to reject. This area is going to be what would reject us to take us down to that daily EMA 100. It's like what Farin was saying, though. We view the weekly now. You can see the weekly is still in an uptrend. We throw the trend wave catalyst on. It technically didn't take out the last low. So then we can make the argument that as of now, this is a weekly higher low. Now, with a weekly higher low in play, it's really then easy to see the invalidation. You're essentially not going to want to see $89,000 get taken out. We start taking out this low, this whole weekly trend is invalidated, but also we then would have lost that weekly 9, you know, assuming that we essentially lose that 89,000 and then break down from that point. Because remember, basically, we got caught. We took out all the liquidity here. We made a new high. We came down aggressively, tapped the $91,000, you know, 91,000 region. To me, this is just looking like another back test of support. We start losing $91,000. We can just see this massive inefficiency here. I do think that'll be the pre-stages once we start losing $91,000, or specifically that low that was formed here, right around $89,224. That's probably going to be what sparks this move down, expanding volatility on the weekly. Because now we're seeing the weekly is giving us a volatility setup, and it's at extreme lows here. The 5-day is still giving us the setup as well. So it wants to load anytime. I hope it didn't lag. Okay, that only took forever. We still see the 5-day is still giving us a setup. We are still a kind of new thing into this new 5-day. So we broke above the moving average. And generally when we do that, that's kind of what sparks the moves. So now Bitcoin is still looking okay. Is now we're now just losing major support. We throw on the 5-day HPDR, you can see what was kind of guiding my bias on us going up to that 38.2%, which before this updated was right around $112,000, was the fact that we were holding above 99,300. We were above the 5-day EMA 9, and most importantly, we were holding that median retest. You know, into this dump here, we were looking at this retest as just that, a reclaim, retest. We wanted this to see the expansion. We consider that the breakdown. We've now lost the median and the 5-day 9. And to me, we're now retesting this zone. It just plays into why that 99,600 region is going to be important for Bitcoin. That has been an area we've been talking about. We're just essentially in a range from resistance being 99,600 and support being 91,300. Support perfectly held. We went to resistance. We're now rejecting it. To me right now, this is still looking like it wants to go lower. And I know Bitcoin had a nice bounce, but oftentimes when you get these major wicks, especially on a daily, I hope this isn't here to load. My bad for the Wi-Fi being slow. Whenever you get these major wicks like on a daily, you know, generally it makes sense to fill some of this wick out. The big test will be if we break this wick low or if we just hold the daily EMA 100. As it stands though, as long as we're under 99,600, I'm going to be looking at that as just resistance now. Resistance being that that's probably going to take us down to that EMA 100 again. Usually when Bitcoin wicks below an EMA 100 and then bounces aggressively from support, it makes sense to me to retest this zone. And this is the spot where you really want to start seeing the daily put in structure. Meaning you really want to start seeing if this rolls over to come down, test this EMA 100 and then bounce from there, not taking out the wick low, causing a price divergence here. We can not take out this wick low, but test that EMA 100. That could give us a pretty nice trade with a logical invalidation, because we know exactly where we're wrong. If we're going to be on the camp that the weekly did put in some higher low here at $91,000, then any long around that zone to me could act as a nice opportunity. But there is a downside to this, because if bears start taking us down and going towards that EMA 100 on the daily and actually getting this weekly close under that 9, it's going to be a really big cause of concern for me. Why? This simply put, that EMA 9 has been solidly holding support since we broke back above it in September. So if we start losing this zone, which is right now at 96,700, it's going to then start looking like the weekly is rejecting the median. You know, and this was kind of playing into my idea into last week, which was, you know, I really want to start seeing Bitcoin push up towards the median. We were getting that 38.2% on the 5-day, right at 112,000. We were getting the weekly median right at 112,000. We could see we tried to go up. We went almost to $107,000, but quickly got rejected. And now we see the weekly median has come dramatically down. Into that rally when Bitcoin went to that $102,000 mark, we perfectly tested the weekly median, an area that we really should be watching closely. Why? Because for weeks now, it's just been rejecting us. Each and every time we hit this weekly median, it's been solidly rejecting us. This week's no different. We hit it, we aggressively rejected. The hopium is that we're still above the weekly 9. So this week, I don't think we're going to see any kind of major move up on Bitcoin. As long as the weekly is under the median on the HBDR, that's going to be acting as kind of like a stopping point for price. The hopium now is that the weekly in 4 days will close above the EMA 9. Ideally, it'll close above 99,600. But if it can hold just the weekly 9, then maybe into next week, we can see the wick down, test the daily EMA 100, get a spring from there. And then depending on wherever this weekly median goes, ideally, it'll go closer to 99,600. We can start reclaiming that. That's when we can actually start seeing a big move on Bitcoin. You know, if we have a weekly median that's for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then has been rejecting us, and we came down. Now this week we are rejecting again. It makes sense to just be watching this zone very carefully, because price is telling us, yeah, this is a major spot for price that, you know, this is basically major resistance. It's that weekly median. It is nice. So into next week, the hopium will be this will come down even more, and the weekly 9 will hold above on any weekly closure. So that's Bitcoin right now. It's still giving us major setups, and it's just like what I said with Ethereum. That move we saw down, you know, where we, you know, went all the way down to 91,000 from the wick high, didn't do anything to volatility on the higher time frames, and actually it just reset it more. You know, and so when we're seeing a weekly volatility setup here now at extreme lows, you know, we understand the last one really, once it started to occur, was right around that October setup. These can often give major moves once we actually get that confirmation of expansion. And for me, that'll be a good sign of that will be once we reclaim that weekly median. Even during this chop, we talked about this on BBWP, how we technically were expanding, but then we just, again, reset and then got the real move. In price action, this just led to a lot of chop, you can see. Now, yes, we were getting pretty aggressive volatility moves on price, like to the upside, this one was 31%, to the downside, this one was 18%. And you can just see the choppiness that Bitcoin did in this region here. Just, it's kind of like the chop zone, you know, major moves up and down, but what we can see is once price got above the weekly median, it actually held, not like it reclaimed it and then lost it, but held it for 2 to 3 candles above it. 1, 2, 3. We tested it one more time, and this is what expanded volatility. So this ties into my idea, which is during this whole chop scenario, we were just rejecting the weekly median, rejecting, and even rejecting. It wasn't until we reclaimed it for 3 candle closures where we actually then got expansion from there. So now what we see is in this scenario, we're getting the same exact choppiness, right? But now we see, okay, once that weekly median gets reclaimed and actually holds above it for 2, 3 candle closures, that could be what actually starts, you know, volatility to expand, causing us to actually test 38.2%, the top of it, right at $122,000. It's a pretty big jump from that point. And that's why, for me, I'm just really waiting to see where the daily and the weekly goes. Because to me, the daily is still telling me that, yeah, there is still bearishness in the market. I mean, we still are having the daily volatility fire off. This is still in favor of bears. We're seeing we're losing the 38.2% on the daily, where we've now come down. The 50% is right exactly on the meme line. And you can see if we just throw the rainbow chart off, throw the 55 on, wants to load, that we're actually in like the pre-stages of a silver cross to the downside on the daily. See, the EMA 9 is crossed under the 21. You ideally want this 9 to keep going down. In order for that to occur would mean price would have to move down. As it stands, though, what I'm looking at is it looks like we're rejecting 9, breaking down from that point. Any rally up to $100,000, we'll call it 99,600 to 100,700, needs to be looked at as major resistance, in my opinion. As long as we're below that EMA 34, that pink line here, it's going to give us more of a chance to go down to the EMA 100 again. This would be a very Bitcoin move, in my opinion, in the sense that we make this major wick low. Everyone's on the camp, okay, that's a weekly higher low. Everyone starts scaling longs. It'd make a lot of sense for me to, play into Bitcoin's dirty dance, come up here, reject. It already could have happened. Come down, test the EMA 100, and then bounce from there. And that's the real move. Longs here get chopped out because if you were long around here, you'd most likely get stopped, or you'd be, nervous of the fact that we're probably going to break down from here, so you might front run your trade. While aggressive shorts play into this retest here, and it does dump us, but the EMA 100 just keeps acting, exactly what we'd want. It's similar to this move here. If we go back now, and we go and look what occurred right in October, right? We aggressively dumped from the EMA 100, kind of like, yesterday or the day before, aggressively dumped. We broke out. We're finding resistance here. And it wasn't until we came down and retested the EMA 100, we did front run it slightly. And the caveat is we were above the daily EMA 9 here. But it's once we broke back above and retested it, you can see that's slightly kind of the move that kind of, brought us from the low 60s all the way up. You can see at this point, had you had longed around 61,000, still would have been a tight stop, but your stop loss could have just been this low here that was formed. So it's the same idea. The difference is the 9 is going to reject us down. We're going to test the EMA 100. We're going to take this wick low out. That means that longs around the zone could work. The weekly trend intact. So it's going to be quite important to see where the daily and the weekly goes, because still, so far, the weekly is still in an uptrend. This plays into, Bitcoin is dirty and it doesn't like to make it easy for anyone. And this almost broke the weekly uptrend, but it still didn't. So this is now looking like a weekly higher low. And even on that major move down, we still see volatility. So, with this, the move is still brewing, and it makes sense that, if you do take longs around this region, to kind of be stingy with those entries, because where we're at in the chart, if this is going to be some major higher low on the weekly, your invalidation's easy, but you also know you're getting a major volatility setup. Once we actually reclaim that weekly median, I do believe that's going to be what sparks Bitcoin to actually aggressively move up closer to that $120,000 to $130,000 mark. I'm still on the camp that $130,000 to $129,000 is going to be a major spot for Bitcoin. We go now to the Binance chart, and we see this. You can see that, yes, on the Binance chart, the monthly did break above the 38.2%. And so into February, it's going to be actually really key for bulls to close above anywhere around that $99,000 region. Almost to the meme line, not exactly. So it's right at $99,000 into this monthly close. You're going to want to see that hold. That way, then you can say, okay, we retested 38.2%, and that at least should give us a move to the 50%, if not all the way to the 61.8, which is right at $135,000. You can see from that 61.8%, the big gap up to 173,000. I'm unsure personally if Bitcoin is going to actually go past 130,000. Especially if we go to the 5-day now and we understand, okay, there's a volatility setup. We understand that often, breeds 30 to 35% moves. If, let's say, that 5-day median gets reclaimed and we move up 30%, that would actually take Bitcoin close to that $130,000 level, right around the 61.8% on the monthly. That's why I do believe if we do end up expanding and we start seeing this 5-day fire off, I do think that's going to be the next major zone, and that could even mark a major top on Bitcoin. But it is ominous here, and it's really going to be important for bulls to essentially get us back above the 100K region. Because if we go down go back to the, we'll stay on the Binance chart for this. It just plays into what we were saying. Now the median on the 5-day is lost. The 5-day EMA9 is lost. And to me, I don't see why we're not going to test these lows. So if you're not positioned on Bitcoin now, I'm still on the camp that we're going to test these lows here on this wick. The idea would be we're going to test the EMA 100, and then from there is where we take a long entry and put our stop at the wick, essentially the bottom of February 3rd's wick low. That way, then we can at least say that, okay, we then came down, we're forming that divergence in price. But then also, we're also trapping bears, because I'm sure a lot of bears here are shorting this easy, very obvious retest. You know, this is a very easy short right now, because we're just essentially testing a psychological number, major support. We also see the cluster of moving averages also supporting that this region is major resistance. So a move down would not surprise me. I want to see Bitcoin go back down to 93,000 to 93,700 again, one more time. If it can do that and actually get a major move up and get back above $100,000, then that'll start looking really good. And then ideally 99,600 will hold from that point. We start breaking this wick low. I do think then the monthly is going to probably come into play, and we're most likely then going to just test that monthly 9. But just like Farin was showing here, we're now testing that monthly EMA 5. So if we start taking out that wick low and falling below that, we're most likely going to test in the EMA 9. I only really gauge the monthly 5 as kind of like a range, right? We lose the EMA 5, you often go to the EMA 9. So the fact that we're testing this now tells me that if truly bulls are going to take control here and there's true strength here, this EMA 5 on the monthly has to hold, which plays into perfectly that weekly higher low being formed around there. So really your invalidation is clear. You're just, if you're not positioned, you're just kind of waiting. You know, I don't see a reason to be longing right in this region, especially when we're under the EMA 9 and then also the median. You should be looking for at least the long closer to the EMA 100, give us one more tap of it, let our stop be this right around here, and then we can start maybe looking at some of that higher time frame volatility to expand. But as long as this daily is still expanding and we're still breaking down, and most importantly, under that EMA 9 on the daily, bears have more control here to take us more down. So that's kind of the bull, I guess, scenario would be to move down, test the EMA 100, not take out this wick low and move up. The bear scenario would be a literal rejection here, which then takes us all the way down and breaks the 90,700 region. If we break the 90,700 region, we have lost the EMA 100. Then I'm now shorting Bitcoin, because anytime we lose that EMA 100 on the daily, generally just leads to a lot of bearishness in Bitcoin. I'll show you really quickly. You can see here, once we lost that EMA 100, Bitcoin ended up dumping another 16% right here. Once we lost the EMA 100, we actually tried to retest, but front ran it. So we'll take it from that wick high. And Bitcoin ended up dumping from that point another 21%. Simply put, we SFP'd it right here. We retested it. Bitcoin then dumped 14%. Okay, we reclaimed it right here. Bitcoin pumped from that point, 77%. And why I'm showing this is because there's no reason to overcomplicate things. Like if you were around 2023, you would have seen every major low that we had on Bitcoin. I remember this low. We rallied up, we hit the 49,000s, we aggressively came down. This was pretty aggressive. Everyone got pretty bearish here. I mean, Bitcoin dropped 21% in a matter of a few days, perfectly bottomed at the EMA 100, and then that's where we shot up again. So if we start losing that EMA 100, it's going to give me the easy short, and at that scenario, then we're going to really then be testing right around that SMA 200, which again lines up right around wherever that EMA 9 is on the monthly. The monthly 9 is kind of the last stand for bulls. If that EMA 9 on the monthly doesn't hold, which is right around $82,000, which remember is right around the daily SMA 200, right around, let's call this $79,000. So, low 80s to $79,000 if this zone doesn't hold, especially this low. And that still would mean that probably then that 5-day starts firing off, because that, I mean, theoretically, we are going to see this 5-day move soon, especially when we know that the weekly already is giving us a volatility setup with extreme lows. You're going to see this, expand soon. Visually seeing the 5-day and just seeing the EMA 9, it's kind of looking pretty heavy. So I'd be very cautious here on Bitcoin. I honestly wouldn't be looking for any longs other than right at that daily EMA 100 because your invalidation is extremely clear. If you even get any daily close under that EMA 100, I would most likely then cut longs and just be looking for lower, personally speaking. But until that occurs, you're going to be looking at February 3rd low as a major low. So therefore, any longs around that zone are logical to me. And because your invalidation is very clear. So that's Bitcoin. It's not looking the best, especially with the daily still expanding. I'm still on the bias that this is going to come down. At the very minimum, I do think we can go to 93,700. At the very least, I'd want to see 93,000 catch support. So maybe another big drop. Crypto Twitter starts shitting their pants. Everyone's sad. And then that's kind of the move. We form that divergence. You have a very tight stop, and it's a very logical entry. Just based on what I showed you, that EMA 100 often acts a major point, even on aggressive dumps. So that's kind of where I'm going to be on Bitcoin for now. Is just until we reclaim that D9, which is right around 99,600. Going to be on the camp that as long as we're below that, our objective now is going to be the EMA 100 again. Fills out some of that wick, traps horny longs, traps horny bears. It's max chop before the real move. And remember, we've talked about this. Once you get a 5-day setup, and this 5-day gives you a 30 to 35% move on average upon expansion. Remember, volatility is direction neutral. As a market maker, not market maker, but as someone who wants to kind of, if I know this, and I know that this setup's giving me this big of a move, I'm going to want to make sure not everyone plays this. So I'm going to make it as choppy as possible, as hard as possible before we actually get the real move. And that's why often when you get a 5-day setup, you just get this massive chop zone before you get the real move, because once you start firing 5-day, it basically just kind of goes up only. And so it makes sense that we're getting this, extreme volatility up here, especially when we have this 5-day brewing. Let's get one more swipe down, test the low 93s, 92.7, and then go up from there. That would make a lot of sense to me. It would, make bears super horny, and it would actually be a nice move down still. I mean, we're talking about a potential 5 to 4% move still. So anyone on like a 20x or above or liquidated would make a lot of sense. So that's currently what I see on Bitcoin. Expect to move down. Watch the daily EMA 100. I would not be shorting right now in Bitcoin. I will personally be waiting to short once we lose that EMA 100 on the daily. And that short strategy on Bitcoin has worked well for me. Anytime we lose that EMA 100, I just throw on my bear goggles and start shorting, and that just tends to work well. Once we start reclaiming it, I'll just close the shorts, and sometimes you'll get this chop scenario here, perfectly fine. But generally, once you lose it, just like what we saw, here. God, I hate that my Wi-Fi is so slow. Here. Once you lost it here, I mean, it essentially made shorting extremely easy. You had essentially a free ride down from $54,000 all the way down to 30, high 30s. Even here, once you lost it, you basically had a free move down from the 50s all the way down to, 30s. That pretty meaty moves, and this is the bear market. So you're essentially going to want to really start seeing this EMA 100 as a major point on Bitcoin and a major decision point. So until that gets lost, I'm going to be looking at longs around there as an opportunity, and our stop can be just simply the February 3rd low. It's very simple. We start taking this low out, it's most likely going to mean Bitcoin's going to come back down at minimum to 80,000, maybe a wick down to $79,000. So that's Bitcoin. Now let's look at Tether dominance here, because we actually had some important things happen, and this kind of ties into why I do think that Bitcoin could go lower before going up. Even now, even on that big move down, is anyone who's been watching our streams knows that EMA 100 on the daily, just like I showed on Bitcoin, it's extremely important across the board for crypto. You can see that, we essentially rejected massively from that point in November. We came down. We've been solidly rejecting it. I remember we rallied up to this point. I was saying the same thing. The EMA 100 is a major point, rejected. Here, again, major point, rejected. Now what we see is we still are holding this channel. This channel I drew, I mean, I don't even remember when I drew it like 2 weeks ago. It's still holding this channel. We see now that the EMA 100 has gotten reclaimed. That's major because last time that got reclaimed, even if this move didn't, sustain with bulls, still from reclaim up, I mean, we did pump 8%. From the wick high was 8.76. So the fact that this has gotten reclaimed on the daily, again, tells me that bears are in control on Bitcoin. Yes, we had a nice move up, but all that really did was just rally us straight up to resistance. That's why the daily 9 is going to be your big point on Bitcoin's chart on if, bulls are going to take control, pump us out of here, or if we're solidly rejected on the daily. I have no idea why this isn't loading. It took way too long. Let me see it.
Just give it 8 hours.
You guys still can hear me too, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. At least I'm not talking to myself. Yeah. So, I mean, let me go back to Tether dominance really fast. I'm realizing the internet's slow, so I can't cycle through like I usually, but we'll go back to the daily on Tether. Remember, as long as that's going to hold, though, on Tether dominance, this is going to make it more in favor for bulls. The next logical target for me is to go back up to the 4.69%, if not all the way. So you reclaim the EMA 100, you often go to the SMA 200. But we still are caught in this channel. So for me, as someone who's looking at Bitcoin actually go lower,
God damn it. We were so close. I'm sure he found the most interesting part of the analysis right now.
Yep. Yo, Alex, we can't hear you.
Good job. He's like, well, fuck me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just great. We need to have I know I'm a boomer, but we need to get a 60-year-old man in here so he can tell us things. Like, you boys don't know what you're doing. I love that. I'm just gonna say it.
You gotta make him Asian, though. You gotta give him an Asian accent.
Oh no! There you go.
We are back in black. Let me go back here.
Bam.
All right. So, what's happening now, or what occurred, is that this weekly is trend.
It's real fun.
9 has gotten this has been holding us down for a while the daily EMA 100 is now holding as support. So no matter how, it's really not looking too good. Bitcoin bulls.
It's crazy. Not even Starlink fixed it for us.
No, but why does yours work?
I don't know.
You don't think it's weird that one side of the Wi-Fi works and the other one doesn't?
It might be because I'm closer to the router. Or
did you get range extenders?
No, but I didn't think we would need one because
sir,
not quite far.
Everyone has Wi-Fi now, so all of your shit is being pulled everywhere. So if a neighbor of yours has a range extender below you, like next to your modem, it's pulling the internet that side.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I guess we gotta get one of those too.
A little fucked. Alrighty. I mean, I think Alex was finishing, if I'm not mistaken, so I can jump onto the Bitcoin one, and then we're gonna need Mr. Garlic Bread's services, por favor.
Are you close to finishing?
Well, yeah, we can finish there.
Yeah, he said he can finish there.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take over. And before I take over, I want to invite everyone to our Discord. It's absolutely motherfucking free, guys. If you're not part of our Discord, you're missing out on a lot of the action. Alex is giving you free trades right here. Farhan every now and then gets in here.
Give a couple free trades there.
That's right. We got general chat right here. I was fucking mesmerized by the Elon memes and all this. Oh, here you go. We got some Elon memes. We got
favorite
XRP
Nazi
talk. Yeah, we got XRP. We have everything. So just fucking come over. It's absolutely free. Y para todos los que me están viendo, quieren venir a aprender a tradear, vénganse al Discord. Está justamente aquí abajo en la descripción. Cáiganle, es bien fácil de usar. Abres el enlace hasta arriba que dice Discord y te metes por acá. A la izquierda están tus menús. Entonces tienes tus anuncios, tu chat general, donde está toda la gente platicando, pasando memes del gran y potente Elon Musk y también del XRP Army. Y está el potente Elon Musk dando un gran saludo. Y también, también tenemos contenido de XRP para toda la gente degenerada que está apostando el futuro de Francia. También tenemos el análisis de Alex por acá, los de Farhan de repente, ¿no? También tenemos, aquí en el general, y la comunidad es buenísima para lo que le quieran preguntar, vengan a compartir sus ganancias, sus pérdidas con nosotros, como el que no. Vengan a pedirnos tablas, cualquier cosa que necesiten. Y recuerden, nunca les vamos a mandar un correo, ni Alex, ni yo, ni nadie, ni tampoco mensajes privados, ni les vamos a pedir dinero, ni tampoco tenemos una gran oportunidad de inversión para todos ustedes. Todo es público. Y si quieren tradear Bitcoin o XRP o cualquier criptomoneda, caigan a nuestro exchange, vénganse a Elite Trading Academy, vénganse al sitio, píquenle en tutos. Y en tutos les va a aparecer esta página para que la vean rápido, donde pone cómo leer las alertas de trading, que son las que mandamos a nuestros usuarios, y cómo tradear en Bluffing. Una vez que le picas a cómo tradear en Bluffing, este video es absolutamente gratis. 5 minutos para que aprendas cómo tradear en Bluffing y luego tienes el enlace aquí directo para que no te hagan pendejo y no te vacíen la cartera. Te vas de aquí, te registras y vámonos. Aquí lo pueden hacer. Y todas las criptomonedas están acá, las importantes. Así que aquí pueden tradear futuros de ello. De nuevo, vámonos al análisis de Bitcoin rápidamente, damas y caballeros. Vamos a hacerlo por acá. Y aquí lo tenemos. Vaya. Muchas cosas importantes e interesantes pasando en Bitcoin después de haberlo visto llegar a los 102,000, casi 103,000 dólares en estas jornadas y ahora está cayendo y tuvo una buena caída maciza hasta los 91,227. Vamos a empezar el análisis con la trimestral, por supuesto. Y podemos ver que seguimos en el mismo plan, mínimo en la trimestral. Nos gusta analizar temporalidades altas a bajas para asegurarnos que sepamos cuál es la tendencia predominante, que es normalmente la de largo plazo, más largo plazo, y cuáles son las tendencias a medio plazo y cuáles son las a bajo plazo, para saber si somos alcistas en todas, si somos alcistas en las de más largo plazo, algo bajistas en medio, pero seguimos empujando en las cortas, o en las cortas estamos ante una corrección, todo continúa alcista, es lo que queremos descifrar yendo de temporalidad a temporalidad, ¿ok? Vamos a analizar también volatilidad. Este es nuestro BBWP, es el indicador que usamos, es absolutamente gratis, picas en indicadores y lo bajas. Esto mide la volatilidad. La volatilidad es neutral, no te dice si la volatilidad sube, no quiere decir que el precio tiene que subir, es básicamente si la volatilidad empuja a la alza y el precio está subiendo, va a empujar arriba. Si el precio está bajando, va a empujar abajo. Simplemente este va a ser el cohete, ¿no? Y lo que vemos es, venimos del 100%, tenemos el 0% y yo puse esta línea meme verde acá en el 15%. Ahora, volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. Volatilidad cayó al punto más bajo de toda la historia en esta tabla trimestral en Bitcoin y tuvo expansión acá. Esta expansión se ha dado ante estas velas verdes, lo que nos dice que la volatilidad en la trimestral está empujando a Bitcoin a la alza, damas y caballeros, que es bastante bueno. Ahí, alcistas, sin duda alguna, consolidando, tenemos un alto más alto, un bajo más alto, todo bien. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual nos enseña un poco esa deliciosa y sabrosa consolidación acá, tal cual como lo vivimos por acá. Es muy diferente este ciclo comparado con el pasado, ¿no? Donde viste que solamente fueron pum, pum, para abajo, pum, pum, para abajo. Esta es una consolidación bastante interesante y parece que está intentando duplicar esto, ¿no? Antes de dar el siguiente paso. Ahora, cuando volteamos a ver a Bitcoin en la mensual, tenemos varias cosas que tenemos que ver. Uno, volatilidad. Está cayendo y continúa cayendo, por lo que hay contracción, no estamos contando nada ahí, no nos está ayudando. Vamos a ponerlo así. Y antes de irme al HPDR, quiero poner esto ante su juicio, damas y caballeros, porque este es otro de esos patrones de tasa, bla, bla, bla. Lo habíamos visto antes. Lo medimos del punto más bajo, que es justamente acá. a la línea meme y luego vemos el breakout del mismo y nos lleva a un objetivo de precio en los 122,000. Es importante eso, vamos a encontrar algunas confluencias. ¿Qué les parece si prendemos el HPDR para ver? ¿No? HPDR, otro indicador sabroso. ¿Dónde tenemos nuestro tope? Justamente en el 50%. Lo pueden ver acá, el 123. Tenemos coincidencia por acá, por lo que, estando por encima de la media y no perdiendo esta media en 91,856, vamos a continuar alcistas en la tabla mensual, buscando la parte alta del 50% de la zona azul y esperar poder romper la zona azul en 115,000 y poder llegar a los 50,000. Sería, al 50%, que nos llevaría a nuestro objetivo en 123,000 y cacho. Eso sería bastante bueno para nosotros. Vamos a rápidamente ver qué hay en la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, misma consolidación, no tenemos nada más que, tenemos una vela topera, vamos a analizar las velas antes de llegar a objetivos. Tenemos una vela topera por acá en la de 2 semanas y todavía nos quedan 11 días para cerrar esta. La vela en la que estamos ahora mismo nos da indecisión. ¿Por qué? Delgada arriba, delgada abajo, el cuerpo gordo está el 50% y además es muy delgado. Ese es libro de indecisión. Ahora, ¿por qué esta vela es una vela indecisiva? Jugándola en este momento así, porque si tuvieras un cierre por debajo de los 96,224 en 11 días y 8 horas, esta vela topera se confirmaría y nos diría que nuestro siguiente objetivo es el 9. El 9 está en 92,306 y de ahí, si no aguanta el 9, vamos a intentar ver si nos puede aguantar el week pasado. De romperlo, estaríamos viendo objetivos muy a la baja. Aquí es donde empieza a coquetear ya el precio y con nuestras ideas. Volatilidad está expandiendo para abajo, así que no hay nada que platicar. HPDR prendido. Y ahora vemos que aquí es donde nos está rechazando una vez más la media. Si esta media nos rechaza y llegamos a perder el 9 en los 92,356, Dios nos agarre bien sentados y persinados si rompemos este wick aquí abajo donde está la línea meme en los 89,000, que son 89,028,64. Checa tú mismo tu tabla que estás usando con tu exchange, porque todos estos números varían de acuerdo a tu exchange por la liquidez que contiene cada uno de los exchanges. No todo es igual. Es muy importante saber eso. Vámonos a la semanal. Semanal estamos aguantando por encima de la 9. Seguimos siendo rechazados por la media que está en 101,367. Ahora, importante, un cierre semanal en 4 días y 8 horas por debajo de los 101,800 básicamente cambiaría al momentum, que no tengo el indicador yo, es el de Farhan, y empezaría a apuntar a la baja y nos sacaría me parece que venimos de la zona de control alcista y nos mandaría para abajo a verla, estaríamos entrando en la zona neutral y de ahí a la zona bajista. Así que aquí queremos aguantar este cierre semanal en 4 días y 8 horas por encima de los 101,800, casi 102, que también casi coincide con la media acá. Muy importante tenerlo en mente. De no poder aguantar esto, atentos, aunque aquí está el trade, ¿no? Si llegamos a revisitar, esto nos rechaza y vienes para abajo, tienes la parte baja de la zona azul que se encuentra justamente en los 90,268. Esta sería una gran entrada para un long porque la puedes invalidar con esta vela. Aquí vamos a poner entrada para un long y de acuerdo a tu sistema de riesgo es cuánto apalancamiento voy a usar en esto, ya que está bastante cerca la entrada. De romper esto, invalidar tu long, probablemente vayamos a ir a buscar mínimo el 34 en 81,000, pero como ya estaríamos destruyendo tanto la estructura alcista, creemos que es muy posible ir a buscar la zona del promedio del 55 en los 72,000, si es que llega a darse ese escenario, que nadie está diciendo que tiene que, pero solamente lo queremos poner enfrente de sus ojos. Además, estamos creando un setup de Estados Unidos, la tenemos que cambiar el nombre porque Estados Unidos se va a quedar con Gaza. Y este setup de Estados Unidos está preparándose, que es un setup, es lo que le llamamos antes un setup de jamás, cuando vienes de volatilidad nula por este periodo, y esta volatilidad nula lleva a la volatilidad, o sea, básicamente quiere decir que volatilidad hasta abajo, y una vez que rompamos esta línea meme a la alza y también el promedio esté por debajo de nuestra volatilidad, tendremos una expansión. Este tipo de setups dan un movimiento entre 30 y 35% en Bitcoin. En Bitcoin. Recuerda que cada uno de cualquier bien que estés tradeando, son diferentes estadísticas para cada uno y tienen diferentes reacciones a absolutamente todo lo que platicamos. Aquí donde tenemos muchísima información y buenos números es en Bitcoin, ¿ok? Esto podría disparar simplemente una vez que lleguemos acá, hagamos nuevo suelo en los 90,415 y eso nos catapulte hasta el nuevo máximo que estamos esperando nosotros por ahí de los 120 y tantos, que era por acá más o menos donde está el 50% en la semanal. La de 5 días nos pinta ya 2 de estos periodos de nula volatilidad. Más allá de los 2 periodos de nula volatilidad, pueden ver cómo ya el promedio contrajo por debajo de la volatilidad está yendo de lado, pero todavía no tenemos expansión confirmada. Vamos a ver a dónde expande. Por ahora, ni siquiera hemos podido retestear el promedio del 9, la media, que está en 103,023, y nuestro rechazo está siendo en la zona del promedio del 9. Si perdemos el promedio del 9 y no lo podemos ganar, una vez más, muy probablemente el 21 vaya a ser nuestra siguiente parada y de ahí el 50% una vez más en los 90,000. Si no aguanta esta zona, ahí se calienta la cosa para abajo, pero por ahora, mis estimados, nos da un setup bastante rico sabiendo que febrero tiene unas probabilidades muy altas de terminar alcista, ¿no? En poder aguantar acá y dar el siguiente chispazo a la alza. 2 días, básicamente lo mismo, rechazo del 9 por acá, vamos para abajo, nos está aguantando el 34. De perder la zona de los 90, básicamente los 97,000, vamos a darnos una vuelta muy probablemente a los 92, lo que agrega más confluencia a esta zona en los 90, 91, altos 89, de que es donde vamos a rebotar. Si no rebotamos acá, como dijimos, este pato ya se cocinó y ahí quedó. Volatilidad está bajando, está creando un nuevo setup, así que atentos ahí. Y en la diaria nos la pinta bastante fácil, honestamente, porque en la diaria tienes volatilidad expandiendo en esta caída y esta expansión no está siendo agresiva. Ah, no, sí, cuando lo abres así sí está siendo agresiva, lo puedes ver. Ok, esta volatilidad está expandiendo agresivamente a la baja. Si esta volatilidad continúa a la baja, vamos a encontrarnos rápidamente con el EMA 100, que se encuentra en los 93,000. Y ahora es importante esto porque no hemos estado debajo del EMA 100 desde octubre, que fue la última vez que estuvimos. Y sabemos que cada que perdemos el promedio del 100 por primera vez son caídas bastante dramáticas, lo pueden ver acá, de 64 hasta los, hasta los 48. Así que estemos pendientes a esto y sobre todo sabiendo que la volatilidad está empujando a la alza. Así que tenemos esto. Aquí es donde tienes tu línea, básicamente en la arena, con el promedio del 100 en la diaria. Y ahora, el punto pivote para no ser bajista en el cierre de hoy, que todavía quedan 7 horas y 13 minutos, son 98,700. Tengan pendiente esto, 98,700. Si cerramos hoy por debajo de 98,700, que es básicamente acá. Eso quiere decir que el momentum está apuntando a la baja y empezamos a ver probablemente todos los factores que vayan a unirse para poder también cachar el momentum, fliparlo a la baja en la semanal, de ahí irnos con la divergencia que tenemos que está a punto, todavía falta para cerrar la vela hasta fin de mes, pero en la mensual de Bitcoin, si tenemos esta divergencia bajista confirmada, eso nos ha dado 100 de 100, el final del ciclo, o mínimo el punto, el tope local el tope local, punto. Así que atentos por acá a los movimientos de Bitcoin. Estamos por debajo de la media. Esto no es nada alcista. Estén al pendiente. Tampoco la probabilidad más grande que vas a tener es el long una vez que el precio baje. No ahorita hacer un short porque tu invalidación está muy arriba. Está en 102,800 básicamente, estando el precio en 97. Te va a atorar. Lo que nosotros diríamos es, una vez que el precio encuentre aquí abajo, tu invalidación se vuelve mucho mejor y ahí es donde tienes más probabilidades de éxito con un buen trade. Y ahí lo tienen. Mr. Garlic House, we're ready for XRP. We're ready for the XRP army to shut the fuck up. No, I'm just kidding. I love the XRP army.
They will never shut the fuck up.
Never, never.
It can retest 50 cents and it will just be a nice little correction before it goes to $21. They will never stop. And
Oh.
they'll just double down at 50 cents. And then once it actually goes to $21, they'll be the ones laughing.
I don't understand how that token is not called like Hopium I told you or some shit like that instead of XRP. Would be more professional.
Eventually, when it hits $21, that'll be the definition of XRP.
I see.
All right, so XRP right now on the weekly has quite the fucking wick from the top to the bottom. Let's just do a little measurement. Top of the wick to the bottom of the wick is about 36.5% on a weekly candle. Absolutely pretty fucking insane. And if you were anything more than 2.5x leverage, you would have been liquidated on this candle alone. In one weekly candle, we came all the way down to the 50%. Pretty much exactly to the 50%. We bounced back off that. We're bounced off the 21 EMA. Now we're over the 9 EMA. What I'd like to ideally see is to close over the 5, which is around $2.58. And that would confirm this. And it would also close over the 38.2. Would confirm this as our local bottom. And the last time we closed back over the 38.2 was right over here in this area. And that was a pump of about 393% to the upside. And if you were to measure it just from where we closed after the 38.2, that would be a 175% pump to the upside. So either way you look at it, quite the move to the upside. If you were to measure it here from 38.2, 175% to the upside, brings us right to around $6.90. Interesting. Fits my bias. And as well, the momentum to come on. Momentum is starting to flip back up. Right below the bullish control zone, volatility is flipping back up, coming from 0%. Plus, momentum came way below it came than all of these levels, while making a higher low on a closing basis, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. And the way to confirm that divergence is going to be to close above $3.21. That would very likely send us up towards that 88.3% level, which is also just at my 161.8%, which is also fits my bias. My bias is it's fitting itself all over the screen.
I can see.
My bias has taken one of those special little blue pills. On the 2-week, momentum is starting to contract, getting below the moving average, while volatility is contracting as well, which is a good sign to see if you're bullish, because that's when you get your correction phase. And this is technically a correction, even though it from wick high to wick low, that's about 47.5%. Still a correction. almost 50% down, almost half of your money gone in a correction. If you're anywhere more than like 2% leverage, you would have been liquidated on that correction. I love using the word correction.
I know. Get out of here.
And the 2-week is still above the 5 EMA even after that quote unquote correction. And as long as it's holding the 5 EMA, it's still technically bullish. Because every single time that it's held the 5 EMA, it's been a spring off of that to another cycle high. And right now, if we continue to hold this 5 EMA, its probabilities are going to hit somewhere around that 95%, where we topped out last time around. And that 95% right now sits at just above my 161.8% at $6.90. This would be the most perfect cycle top of all time, 6.9. Monthly as well, on this correction, quote unquote correction, is still holding the 5 EMA, despite monthly open to wick low being about 42% to the downside. As long as we've held this 5 EMA, though, every single time it's been basically a vertical move to the upside towards that 88.3% at the minimum. And right now, the 88.3% is just below $4 at $3.98, which my bias is we'll go somewhere in the low $4 area, probably get a slight correction from there towards $3.40 and then towards $6. Right now, quarterly is still breaking into the bullish control zone. Momentum is volatility is pointed up. Jewel's breaking out of the bearish control zone. And we're still over the 61.8%, which is around $2.34. If we do close over that, probabilities are we go to the 78.6. Right now, this 78.6 is a little ridiculously high. I think this level is going to come down, probably closer to 161.8%, which is my bias with $3.38. But maybe it doesn't move. Maybe it doesn't move. Maybe it still stays at $21, and maybe I'm the one who looks like a retard. But we'll see. Wouldn't be rare for me to look like a retard.
Hey, listen.
Maybe that one guy is right, and it goes to $21.
that fucking economist that I was like fucking agreeing with. That still scars me, by the way, until today. I was like, yeah, he gets it. XRP is going to 21. I was like, fuck.
Hey, maybe he'll be right.
No, I hope so. Because now I feel. I mean, I know I'm retarded, but now I feel extra retarded.
Hey, community members, I didn't say you were retarded for doing that. So if you ever want to fly me out to Dubai in first class to shit on my face, I'm up for it.
Ew.
I'm totally not up for it. I'm just kidding.
It is a first class ticket to Dubai, though.
Throw in a Patek and I'm in. On the 2-day, we've broken into the bearish control zone of momentum. Momentum has dropped below all of these lows here while making technically a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day. The way to confirm that divergence would be to close above this rejective high at about $2.95. Would confirm the hidden bullish divergence, likely taking you up somewhere around the 78.6. More likely the 95%, because that's where it topped out right here. 95% right now is just right above that 161.8% at 6.92 or $6.92. As of right now, what is more likely to happen though is to fill this wick a little bit, to tap this 55 EMA one more time, which would be right along the 95%, and that is about $2.09, $2.10. Then probabilities be once again in your favor to bounce from this area, because you're going to be at the 95% and you only have a 5% chance of continuation from here. So this would be kind of somewhat of it would be a little aggressive because this is a pretty major wick, but that would be a pretty probabilistic trade to take, somewhere around this 55 EMA. If you're wrong by 15%, which is still quite a bit. So probably don't want to use any more than 2x on this if you're even using leverage at all. But if you're right by about 233%. So 15% to the downside with 233% to the upside. Pretty favorable odds, if I do say so myself. But not favorable if you're highly leveraged, because that'll liquidate you if you're wrong. Daily, as well as within the bearish control zone of momentum, volatility is pointed up, getting pretty close to extreme levels though, so also lines up with the idea of getting that bounce somewhere around that 95%. On the daily, it would probably be somewhere around this 100 EMA, closer to the 97%, about $2.09. Very, very high probabilities of a bounce in that area, because on the daily, you're at the 97.5%. On the 2-day, you're at the 95%. So on the daily, you would have only a 2.5% chance of continuation from there. High probability area for to enter that trade. And the odds are so heavily in your favor for such a high move to the upside, it's worth taking that chance of 15% on spot. Keyword spot. Because if you're leveraged, you might get liquidated. And then it doesn't matter how high the probabilities are, because your account's gone. 4 hours as well, we're getting pretty low on volatility and momentum. Could go a little bit lower. It lines up with the idea of tapping that daily 100 EMA and then end up bouncing from there. Check RSI. Yo, H2O in between. Gatorade, H2O. Monthly, nope. Weekly has possible bearish actually confirmed bearish divergence, but it's arguable to say it's played out because we've corrected all the way down to the 21 EMA. So continuation of the divergence would be closing below $1.76. It's kind of low from here. Also, the invalidation of the divergence would be closing above $3.21, which if that happens, we likely hit this moving average once again. And that moving average right now sits at about $4.24. Hey, fits my bias of low to mid $4 or somewhere around low $4. We're also getting volatility contraction on the weekly, which lines up with this correction that we're getting with the bearish divergence. It is good to, more bullish to see bearish divergence on the back of declining volatility from several periods of 100%, because then once we build our bullish divergence, we'll be using having that from low volatility or a reset volatility point, giving the bullish divergence more power than the bearish divergence have. We are dropping below on the momentum of these previous lows right here while making a higher low on price, giving us possible weekly hidden bullish divergence, which is the perfect setup off the back of a regular bearish divergence, is to see it see the bearish divergence with declining volatility, making a possible hidden bullish divergence. To confirm that hidden bullish divergence, we'd have to close over 321. That likely sends us over to that $4.24 area, where we probably get a correction from there, because we're going to be reaching very extreme levels on our HPDR. Plus, we're going to be at the simple moving average, giving us another point of resistance. Probably get a correction from there towards somewhere around, I'm guessing $3.40, because that's our current all-time high, which is going to be another significant point of the chart. And likely from $3.40 is where we spring up towards that $6 area. And then completing my bias. Then we can send it to zero, and I won't mind. On the 5-day, we've dropped on the momentum significantly below all of these levels here, while making a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. 5-day as well. 5-day is very close to giving us a double extreme on the volatility. We're right at this moving average, very close to starting to expand again, giving us that double extreme. If we do expand, likely confirming that hidden bullish divergence and activating one of these up only modes again. Did we go lower? A little bit lower. Yep, 3-day also has possible hidden bullish divergence. We'd have to close above same number of 321. That would confirm it, giving us this double extreme on the RSI. The volatility, sending us towards 420s. Blaze it.
Nice.
There is possible inverse head and shoulders on the 2-day RSI. Confirm that, or would it be a close above this level here? Same number, $3.21. Likely sends us towards this critical zone. Hey, the critical zone is at a beautiful number, $4.69.
God bless America. And
God
the future
bless
of France.
In the future of France. We can once again call them French fries after calling them freedom fries for the last how many years? 2000.
When are we going to own France? Like, now that we're owning all of the world, when are we going to own France? Like, what are they going to do? The dude's married to another dude. Like, what is he going to do?
Yeah, it's time to give France some democracy.
They're gonna throw their shoes and their purses at us. Get the fuck out of here. We're taking over France.
They're gonna throw all their Hermes and Louis bags at us.
They're gonna fucking hit me with a baguette in the face. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. Here you are, Alex. So you can jump in.
But hey, at least their airports will start to be more efficient.
Absolutely.
As of right now, Charles de Gaulle is the worst airport I've been to in my life.
Yeah. In many different respects.
I used to think London O'Hare was the worst. London Heathrow was the worst, but no, Charles de Gaulle is way worse.
Yeah, it's one of my least favorite airports. Every time I have to fucking stay there, I hate it. And the food that they have in those places that go underground, it's dog shit. Like, you're in France, dude. Yeah.
On the daily, we've dropped significantly below all of these lows right here on the momentum, but we're making a higher low on price action, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence for the daily as well. Confirm that hidden bullish divergence, same number of $3.21. Sip this water.
$3.20. So all he needs to do is just an all-time high. Almost.
Well, yeah, close to all-time high. But if you close over $3.21, you'd confirm divergences across the board, and giving you a very high probability of going towards the bullish control zone. within the critical zone. Bullish control zone right now is at 373. Critical zone is likely to change, but right now it's at 583. My bias is that it doesn't change. Just letting you know. 4 hour right now is about to form some hidden bearish divergence. It will confirm as long as we close below $2.48. If that confirms, very likely brings us towards this moving average, while volatility gives us a double extreme, and the last time the extreme was to the downside, so likely we fill some of this wick. That would take us towards this moving average, which right now is at $2.26. That would bring us somewhere around this area right here. Likely goes lower than that, probably towards this, because we're coming with the double extreme, probably towards this bearish control zone that right now is at $2. So something like this, and then filled out this wick towards sweeping this low. This low is at 212. Yeah, so it'll be a nice sweep of these lows, taking the liquidity from there, and then making a very dirty higher low, then towards those higher divergence targets. So that would be a nice opportunity zone, though. Although you would have to risk 15% to the downside.
Exactly. I mean, what you're saying is like the 2.2 area or 2.1.
Yeah, about 2.09 to 2.00.
Yeah, and and that's also what I was thinking. Just simply on the HPDR, how like it's so low on the 90s, on the 90-some percent. Yeah, you get there on the 95%, but dude, this shit will fucking absolutely cream you. Go to the SMA 200, which is at 1.3, and then go back up in 2 minutes. Like, I'm so scared of this shit.
So you would have like your stop loss at a 15% loss, but if you are right, you're getting more than 200% in your favor.
Yeah, which is fucking nuts.
So it's one of those things where you want to just dabble in spot and not leverage.
Yeah, 100%.
But although most people hearing that are in their ears saying max the leverage.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Oh, my account's gone. Can you refund me, please?"
I wonder why my account's gone. I just went 200x.
It was my daughter's college tuition. I need it back, please. And on the quarterly, we are getting 2 periods of 100% volatility, while the moving average is not yet caught up, saying that this move isn't likely not over yet until the moving average starts catching up, and then we're going to be on watch for volatility contraction. That hasn't happened at this moment yet. Momentum is still pointed to the upside as long as we're above $1. This one's just funny to look at. It doesn't really help us, but momentum is. Oh wait, doesn't tell us on this. Oh, we're on the Binance chart. I accidentally clicked on my favorite Chinaman's chart. Momentum is pointed to the upside on the 6 month as long as you're above 44 cents. On the quarterly, it's up as long as we're above $1, whereas volatility is expanding from the lowest point it's ever been at. Monthly is still expanding on volatility, still pointed up, about to enter into the critical zone as long as we're pointed above 196. 2 week is starting to contract a little bit. It's dropped below the moving average. Momentum is rejecting the critical zone, and it's starting to point down as long as we're below $3.01. Officially ending this Hamas setup that we had from not Hamas setup, United States setup, since we had from about 50 cents.
There you go. Thank God we didn't write a book, because then we would have to go back and re-edit it.
Cross out every Hamas setup and write United States setup. On the weekly, we're getting volatility contractions from many periods of 100%, but momentum is starting to flip down, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to flip down as long as we're below 267. 5 days starting to expand again on volatility, a little, like getting very close, just below the moving average. If it crosses the moving average, it'll expand, giving us a double extreme. And as of right now, that double extreme would likely apply to the downside because we're rejecting the critical zone and we're pointed down below 324. Probably hit somewhere around that very low $2 number if that happens. 2-day is also contracting after getting a double extreme on volatility, rejecting the critical zone, pointed down below 299. Daily is getting volatility expansion with momentum pointing to the downside as long as we're below $2.60. 4 hours still contracting on volatility, very close to giving us a double extreme if it crosses over that moving average. And right now it's rejecting the critical zone and pointed down below 268. So all of the high time frames are still pointed to the upside. Trend is still to the upside on the high time frames. The pivots are a little bit funny. 6 months is 44 cents. Quarterly is $1. Monthly is $1.46. Still pointed heavily to the upside. Still a bunch of divergences pointing to the upside. But if you go to the lower time frames, the momentum is starting to point down with volatility shifting up, giving it high probabilities that we'll retest somewhere around that $2 area, low $2, like maybe $2 flat to $2.10, which would then be a high probability bounce area because of how low you'd be getting on the HPDR. You'd have a 15% risk to the downside of our current wick lows versus a 233% odds in your to the upside. 223% gain to the upside if you're right. So it's one of those things where you don't really want to mess with leverage because you're risking getting liquidated, but you don't really need leverage for a 233% move because even in spot you can make a lot of money off of that. And after $2 likely hits that high time frame divergence target of $4.24. Correction from there maybe towards 340, and then maybe my ultimate target of somewhere around $6.38.
So what you're saying, it can go up, but it can also go down.
Yes, sir. Up and down. Up or down.
Got it. Yeah. Excellent analysis, sir.
Down, then up, then down, then up.
Then perfect. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty good. Fits your bias and everybody else's bias.
Fits my bias most beautiful way ever.
Thank you. Ok, vamos a ver XRP para toda la gente que está. Enjoy. Para toda la gente que nos está viendo, vamos a ver XRP, a ver cómo vamos. Vamos a empezar obviamente con nuestra tabla trimestral. Trimestral tiene un punto pivote en momentum en justamente $1. Eso quiere decir que si en la trimestral esta vela cierra por debajo de $1, este movimiento estaría frito a largo plazo. Por ahora estamos bastante por encima, estamos en $2 casi 50 centavos, $2 47 centavos. Y además, cuando vemos nuestra volatilidad, está expandiendo el punto más bajo al que ha llegado en esta temporalidad y continúa a la alza, bien parada y apuntando para arriba, como todas las mañanas. Esto es obviamente alcista por muchos factores, pero sencillamente puesto, tienes altos más altos, estos cierres mucho más altos, y tienes todos estos bajos que son más altos también. No tienes que ser un genio para entender eso. Además, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, encima del promedio del 21 y el 34 por mucho. El promedio del 9 está en 1.17 en la trimestral. Vamos a la mensual en XRP. No les voy a poner el HPDR en esta cosa, es una en la mensual. Vamos a empezar en la de 2 semanas. Mensual, tenemos una vela absolutamente predatoria acá, que cierra en 23 días y 7 horas. Todavía le falta bastante. Pero si volteamos a ver nuestro gráfico de lejos, podemos ver que tuvimos el cierre más alto de toda la historia mensual. Luego tuvimos otro. Y ahora estamos acá, que aún así sería un cierre mucho más alto que los demás. Continuamos en esta tendencia alcista hasta en esta temporalidad. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que se encuentra ahora en 1.672. Ahora, aquí es donde empieza a subir el punto pivote para el precio de XRP. Me parece que el punto pivote en la mensual está en $2.40. Así que estamos no muy lejos de ese punto pivote mensual. Voy a preguntarle a Farhan ahora que regrese en dónde está exactamente para recordarlo. En esta temporalidad seguimos alcistas y acabo de pintar como idiota. Un segundo. Y podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad había estado expandiendo, pero ahora se está dando la vuelta para abajo. Aún no oficialmente contrayendo, pero vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa. El promedio está en 66%, volatilidad en 83%. Vamos a ver dónde se encuentran y a dónde van. Ahora sí, empezamos con lo divertido. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, nuestro promedio del 9 está hasta acá arriba en los $2.11, con todo lo demás para abajo, creando nuevos altos más altos, pero acá es donde empezamos a jugar ya con indecisión, porque tenemos un bajo más bajo que todos los demás. Ahora, eso dicho, tenemos el setup, lo que llamábamos antes jamás, pero ahora es el setup de Estados Unidos, en la volatilidad que es de bienes de volatilidad nula, de varios periodos, y después tienes expansión arriba del 15% por encima de la media. Esto ocurrió acá, y esto fue lo que nos dio el pompazo de 500% a la alza en XRP la última vez. Perdón. Ok. Ahora, la volatilidad está contrayendo, por lo que no estamos viendo nada. Y pueden ver que esta vela es una vela bastante predatoria. Una vela que literalmente de tope a fondo estás hablando de un 36% en solamente una vela de 2 semanas. Eso es una absoluta locura. Vamos a poner el HPDR rápido para que nos enseñe un poco dónde estamos parados en esto. Vamos a ver qué tan arriba o abajo estamos de la zona azul. Podemos ver XRP también le gusta picarle al 95%, que está en este momento en 6.9. ¡Wow! Nice. Entonces, no nos volaría la cabeza si llegáramos a ese objetivo. Pero por ahora estamos en esta zona, en la zona verde. Tenemos dos sopas, o ir a visitar el 1.6 o ir a visitar el 3.19. Llegando a visitar el 3.19, hay muchos puntos pivotes, hasta en la diaria, que se convierten alcistas. Pero en temporalidades más cortas, como la de semanal, menos días, y creo que hasta la de 2 semanas, el punto pivote está bastante alto en este momento de momentum, lo que nos dice que probablemente tengamos camino para abajo en estos momentos, para una corrección, lo que daría un poco más de favor venir a ver una vez más mínimo el promedio del 9, que está en 2.11, tal vez nuestra línea meme en el 1.95 y la zona de máxima oportunidad va a estar en la parte baja del 61.8% en 1.59, casi 1.6, que es donde está el promedio del 21. Pero al mismo tiempo estarías creando un bajo más bajo, así que atención. La idea es, si llegas a entrar por ahí de los 2.12, el problema más grande que vas a tener va a ser esto, como en Ethereum, donde tu invalidación está muy, muy por debajo, pero el favor a la alza, el subidongo a la alza también sería bastante agresivo. Personalmente, este no es un trade que me llame la atención a mí. Podemos ver que también estamos justamente siendo rechazados del 50% en la semanal. Estamos cayendo a la zona azul y nuestro primer paro va a ser el promedio del 9, que está en 2.54. No, perdón, en 2.42. 2.54 es la parte alta de la zona azul. El 2.42, si no aguanta, vamos a ir a retestar esta media en 2.16. Si la media no aguanta, ahí es donde quieres a que nos aguante la parte baja de la zona azul. La parte baja de la zona azul te daría el mejor trade de la historia en la semanal. Ahora, ¿dónde está? Por si no tienes el HPDR, porque cuesta $800, está en el 1.84. En el 1.84 ya no estás lejos de tu invalidación acá. Pero ahora, esto es un shitcoin al que le encanta invalidar todos tus trades y es por eso que es tan difícil tradearlo. ¿Ok? Pero eso se tendría más probabilidades. Sería tu mejor trade en cuanto a probabilidades favoreciéndote y también con muy poco margen de error comparado con lo normal. Aunque, de nuevo, estos son más como trades en spot que con leverage, pero vemos a los miembros de la comunidad haciendo locuras y a veces ganan bastante. No vamos a decir que no. Así que no voy a ponerme en contra de lo que estén haciendo bola de enfermos de género. No, no es cierto. La semanal estamos viendo a volatilidad contraer después de haber llegado a extremos y continúa en camino para abajo el 73%. Vamos a ver la de 5 días donde estamos parados acá. Volatilidad tal vez quiere pintar un doble extremo. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa. Un doble extremo es cuando esto sube por encima del promedio y vuelve a regresar a la zona del 100%. Normalmente dobles extremos, normalmente los dobles extremos son algo no tan raro en este tipo de assets y sobre todo en donde estamos parados ahorita, que ha sido una y otra pompazo a la alza, pero de nuevo, nuestros pivotes en este momento están por aquí arriba en los $3.10 en este tipo de temporalidades, lo que lo hace bastante difícil de aguantar. Entonces, acá pueden ver un poco de confluencia con la línea meme y también la media, eso sería en el 2.35. Si esto acá rebota, creaste un mínimo más bajo, bueno, creaste un mínimo más bajo y ahora vas a ir a buscar un nuevo alto más alto y que probablemente te dé como favor ir a los 3.8, si es que aguanta la media. De no aguantar la media, ya les conté qué exactamente es lo que estamos esperando. Vamos a la diaria en XRP, donde estamos perdiendo todos nuestros promedios, pero importante. En la diaria podríamos caer hasta el promedio del 100, ¿no? Que son los 2.17. El EMA 100 o la zona del 97%, si quieres, los 2.08. La cosa acá y lo que nos está indicando el HPDR es, aquí ya solamente te quedan 3% o 2.5% de probabilidad de continuar a la baja. Eso quiere decir que muy probablemente encontremos un rebote justamente en esta zona, en toda esta zona. Y ahí es donde que Dios te bendiga por este Wikazo. Nosotros creemos que XRP va a poder rebotar a la alza, ir a tomar estos promedios de vuelta, ir a pelear con la media y subir. Pero si empezamos a ver cierres muy agresivamente por debajo de donde están los puntos pivotes en momentum, nos llegamos a barrer este mínimo, podríamos empezar a cantar que es el fin de XRP. Para ser alcistas en XRP, lo único que estamos buscando es poder regresar a la zona del 2.91 o hasta la zona del 3, y eso nos pondría una vez de vuelta a toda máquina a buscar objetivos a la alza, como lo es el 88.3%, que le encanta a XRP, como diría mi amigo Iker de chiquito, en los $4.08. No voy a decirles los objetivos brutales de Farhan más arriba de esos. Yo creo que $4.08 sería un excelente target por ahora. Pero ahí lo tienen. Eso es XRP. Se ve todo un poco confuso, indecisión. Estas velas predatorias empiezan a tomar ventaja de todo y vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa. Interesante que el SMA 200 esté en el 100% en 1.29. Espero que no vengamos a ver esto. Olvidemos eso. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen. Ahora, Alex, I forgot to tell you what the fuck is next. I'm sorry.
All good.
We got, it's called iOS Network. Is that a real thing?
iOS Network. I don't see it.
Yeah, it sounds like that's Apple.
Apple's software.
iOS shitcoin. It's not even a crypto.
They're going to get hit with the biggest lawsuit on earth by Apple.
Could it be this? No. iOS long short.
There's iOS token. It's a crypto.
Where? I mean, this
On Maxi. I'll share it. iOS. I guess it's IOST. No, yeah, iOS token. I think that's maybe what it is.
There you go.
All right, nice. Let's see what we're dealing with here. One moment. Sorry, make sure you mute yourself. Yes, sir. Okay, cool. All right, let's see what we're dealing with. I've actually never seen this coin. So we can actually chart it together. But I can definitely say it's kind of at the last stand now. Let's do that there. And let's draw another range here. Cool. So on this coin, luckily there's enough data to actually use it on the monthly, but it's still in a very aggressive downtrend. You can kind of see just based on the lines I'm drawing here, kind of like at the last stand. If we don't hold where we're at now, we really are going to run the risk of us coming back down to this wick low. Very simply put. We lost the support region on the monthly, so if we go to the 2-week, it'll be more obvious. We lost the support region. The 2-week crashed down, went to support, and then quickly got reclaimed. This 4-2 region is actually very key for bulls to hold. I'm saying that based on this consolidation we saw here. You know, the consolidation we saw here actually did, you know, it held perfectly the support after it got reclaimed, something you want to start seeing here. So ideally now we, you know, SFPs, we came back down to support. We're kind of, as a bull, you're going to need this area to hold. Let me throw on the meme lines here, get this going. Nice. Let's go to the weekly. So that weekly EMA 100 is a big spot for price. I mean, just visually, you can see it's been holding price down for quite a while now. I mean, since we lost it in 2022, any rally up to that point has just been solidly rejected. So if you're a bullish here, and your objective is for a pump, obviously, you're first going to need to get back above the 67.84 number. It's going to be really key. Why I'm saying that is because you can see in this consolidation before we ended up going down, breaking down, we were trying to hold this zone. We were trying to reclaim that weekly 9 and hold above it, but we just weren't able to actually get anything from that, and it just led to a bigger move down. So now when you see a cluster here of moving averages, to me, this is kind of the next spot. So if support holds, you're going to want to gauge around here. The objective is going to be for bulls to actually pop up and reclaim specifically that weekly 9, bleeding into the EMA 34 getting reclaimed. If we can do that, then we can actually test the last lower high here, which is right at the meme line at let's see, let me get exact numbers here. At the high at 8.5 exactly. So your objective as a bull is to break that. So it makes a lot of sense, right? Hold the support zone, get back above the 9, test the EMA 100. You then can break the overall downtrend on the daily, and then ideally we'll hold above this zone. If we can hold above this zone, I do think we can get a lot bigger move on IOS USDT. But until then, we're just kind of caught in support and resistance, and we're just in this range here. And remember, this is a weekly, so we can stay down here and keep testing it before we get any kind of move up. The hard part is it looks like BBWP is still expanding. We can see that we really started to move on BBWP right here when it actually broke under 15%. I'll draw that as right here. So really this move has just been kind of going and expanding to the upside. This was a pretty nice move as well. I'm curious to see just from the expansion here. So that gave us a 125% move. You can now see that we're getting that weakness with the weekly falling under the moving average on BBWP. So if bulls can't defend this, I do think that this is going to end up going down a lot more. Excuse me. And the next zone has to be around here, this wick low. But it would make sense now to get some kind of bounce around here. The moving average can actually come more closer to where it is on BBWP, and ideally now we're starting to curve up. If we can break back above the moving average, I'll look at that as a good sign that support most likely will hold. If we don't hold support and we start breaking down while BBWP starts expanding here, I think it's just going to lead to us breaking down more. This chart isn't very clear though, and if we go to the monthly, it is still in a very aggressive downtrend. So right now what I'm saying is we're kind of like at the last stand, but with what we know with this lower high, I mean, to me, it's really looking, if not already, like a lower lows brewing. I do think that this monthly took out the last low. Let me see. Almost. We ever so slightly, we think front ran at the lows 4019, 4013. No, so we did break it actually, and we did form a lower low. So, I mean, with the monthly trend still down on this coin, and monthly volatility still looking like it wants to go up, you have to actually start looking at this as in a very, very, cautionary place for the chart. If this zone at 4272 doesn't hold, I do think that iOS is going to end up going to the next area, and that could mean it goes down 69%, a perfect number. So as a bull, you're really just trying to hold this low and break back above, specifically first this 8331 number, and then ideally that'll shift the daily trend back up, like I mentioned, because the objective is to take out these lows here around 83. We can do that, then we can try to start looking at potentially going up and testing closer to this rejection high here. But until then, I mean, any rallies up to this weekly 9 need to be looked at as major resistance, and I mean that's just been the flavor of this coin. Essentially, it loses the weekly 9, and then it just keeps rejecting from it each and every time. So, I don't see why this wouldn't be different. We lost it, we rejected, and so now if we get any rally up to this, you have to look at that weekly 9 as a major point. Really not the best looking chart though. I mean, even on the 5 hour, you're really not really doing much. Even the 5 hours in a steady downtrend, which is consistent lower highs. So it seems like to me, You know, iOS, yes, it is at support, and it did bounce nicely from there. Seems to me like it's actually going to just end up going back down around this area here. So personally speaking, I really wouldn't be trying to long this right here, because it's really giving me no indication that this is actually going to move up. It just simply seems like it's in a very aggressive downtrend, even on the lower time frames like the 5-hour, the 12-hour. Yeah, not the best looking chart. Let me see if I can see anything else, because I did quickly draw this. Let me see how.
I mean, if you put on the HPDR, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see this zone is important. We're rejecting the 38.2%. That is on the 2-month. Let's go to the weekly here. Weekly is in the process of breaking down now, losing the 38.2%. Median has come down nicely, but again, ties into, if we rally up from this point, you have to really be gauging the weekly 9, because you see the medians right around the cluster here. Just telling me right around this zone is pretty big resistance. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really seeing too much. This is just in a solid downtrend. I mean, in my opinion, I wouldn't even be trying to long here. The hopium would be that we're just at the extremity low and you're going to get some kind of long for a nice mean reversion bounce. But, you know, it just seems like it could easily do this. I would personally, if I was trying to play this crypto, let's say, well, I know a few things. I know first that weekly EMA 100 is a major point on this chart. We solidly can't reclaim it since it got lost. And I mean, that got lost 3 years ago. We've just been under it. We also know the reaction once it does get reclaimed and it holds. That's kind of what sparked this move up. And so for me now, if you're actually trying to play this, I personally wouldn't be looking for entries here. I would be trying to see if the weekly trend is going to shift, the daily trend is going to shift. And actually, if we can reclaim that EMA 100, that could give me a nice long. Now, the target here is going to be a little interesting, because if we go here, I often like to look at, okay, well, we broke out, we rallied, we came down, made this low, and rallied. So that was the last higher low in the weekly. If I draw a mean line in this region here, we take it from just that wick low, you can see, okay, we also see that high that formed that higher low in the weekly before breaking out right here actually has been holding price down this whole time. You know, I'm seeing it here when we essentially tried to reclaim it. We expanded from there. And then once we lost this region right at 13147, we broke down. The wicks here show me this is major rejection, rejection, rejection. And so to me, if we can actually get back above the weekly EMA 100, I then could start looking at that as potentially the next area for consolidation and a base setup to potentially go up higher to that 1-3 zone. Breaking the 1-3 zone would be pretty good on this chart, especially in a weekly. You can just see during this zone just how hard that 1-3 zone has been, you know, to actually essentially get a weekly close above that. We can do that. I do think then price can move up a lot higher. We now throw the HPDR on. You know, you can just see just how important essentially getting back above that weekly EMA 100 is. We reclaimed the median, break out above the 38.2%, and solidly hold it. Next target would be around the 88.3%. But until that occurs, it's just hopium for bulls. And this is actually looking more like it's in the process of breaking down, as evident here on the weekly, losing the 38.2%. So, you know, I'd be cautious on this chart. It's, you know, you're kind of like, if you're trading this now and trying to long, you're just kind of knife catching. I mean, because
yeah, I think it's because of the daily on the at least the daily on the HPDR, it's kind of like getting to extremes towards the low side.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, with this chart, it can easily update. So if we go to that point, you can see here, going down to the support line again would be the 95% range. So it is logical to see some kind of bounce here. But if these start shifting down and, you know, this 95% moves more down, it's just going to play into this being bearish and us possibly breaking down. But I do agree. That is a good point, though. We are at the extremes here. We did get that bounce up. Let's see if the 88.3% holds. Personally, I don't think it will. I think we're personally going to go and test this support zone again. And then that'll just be the big test. Do we take this wick low out, or do we hold support and potentially consolidate? But honestly, I mean, there's really not too much to be bullish other than just like statistically we should bounce. And we're just at a level now that really hasn't been tested in a long time. other than that, I mean, there's honestly not too much to be bullish about on this chart. I will just be honest with you. We're under the SMA 200. That anytime we go under the SMA 200 on the daily, it just starts giving me more bear market vibes. But on top of that, then you see we're still under the monthly 9. We're still in a very aggressive downtrend. Yes, we're at support, but I mean, that quickly could get lost. So personally speaking, I would just be waiting for the weekly. You're ideally going to want to just get back above this region, break the weekly downtrend to an uptrend, and then there you can at least have a logical invalidation. Because right now, if you start taking position here, I mean, your only logical invalidation would have to be a manual close if we lose this region, or potentially a very tight stop loss at this wick low. This is a hammerhead, so often with daily hammerheads, we know that they get invalidated once you take the bottom of the wick out. So maybe we actually do end up coming down, testing this region again at the 95%, getting a bigger bounce, and then we could from there make our way at least to the daily 9. Idea would be that your stop would be there and we'd form some kind of divergence in price. But again, that's just pure hopium based on the fact that we're at the 95% and at the support zone. I personally think the trend is still our friend. And on all time frames, even the 5 hour, I mean, it's still forming lower highs. So this is just really personally bringing a bigger breakdown. And really to show that, we can see just where the 38.2% is on the monthly. It's right at this zone. So if we start losing this, this really could start dumping a lot more. I then think, at minimum, we could go to the 2.9, if not all the way back down to this wick low. So, if you're trying to play this and you're trying to be a hero and trying to catch that just insane long entry at the bottom, I would personally be waiting for the weekly to just at least shift the trend, reclaim the EMA 100. Then you could start talking about maybe catching along up to here at the 1.3s. And I mean, still, that is still a 48% move, so I just personally think that's the safest move. Yes, you could long it and you could be scaling in longs here. But then, how dumb would it be if you just scaled in a long here? This was just another lower high on the daily and we just end up breaking down, coming up, forming another lower high, and then we bearish retest. Like, that's kind of the environment you're in with this coin. And that's why, yes, we're at massive support, but we've tested this, kind of a few times here already. So the fact that if we do go back down and test this, I mean, we're going to just want that to hold, or we're just going to lose the 95%. And I mean, even at the 95%, we've seen charts before go lower. I mean, we see the 95%, the 97.5, and then the 100% is still a lot lower. So you're dealing with a shit coin. The HBDR is not going to work as nicely as, let's say, Bitcoin hitting the 95%. So yeah, that's just kind of what we're dealing with. ETH BTC doesn't look good, so also are inherently weaker. But yeah, I mean, it's not really looking the best. I know this is kind of, loose in the analysis, but with these coins, you really can't even be looking to long this, even on like a 4 hour. You can say, well, this is maybe forming a higher low. Well, that looks like a lower high, another lower high. Now we're breaking the last low. This just looks to me like it's in the midst of still a breakdown. So be very cautious here. I would not be, urgently longing this at all. On all time frames, it's looking corrective. On the hourly BBWP, we're still expanding here. So this is telling me that we're probably going to break down and actually test this again. The only hopium is, remember, if we come back down to here, the hopium is that we just stop at the low, the hammerhead holds, and from there we can start moving up at least to the daily 9, which is funny because from here to the daily 9, that's a 25% move. So not looking the best though, honestly. And if you were trying to like long this, you should just be honestly taking cold showers, closing the app, because you're more likely to shorting this and be profitable than trying to long this specifically here. So that's all I have really on this chart. It's not really clean. Looks like it's in the midst of a breakdown. Hopium is just the support zone holds here, but you guys all saw I just drew that, so it's a meme line. That's kind of it. You're holding on hope that the daily 95% and the meme line holds. But remember, into today, the daily 95% can shift more down. So that would be bearish to me. And yeah, that's kind of all I have on iOS. It's kind of all over the place, not very clear, but it just looks like it's in the process of breaking down, truly. And even the Bollinger Bands on the daily are showing that we're on the midst of a breakdown, literally. It's not a good sign.
I think we should create a sovereign reserve fund for Elite Trading Academy, and 99% of it should be IOST token.
Yeah,
I agree completely.
Go bankrupt. Yeah, this is bad. I do wonder, like, what whoever gave this out, what the idea is, maybe what they're thinking. Because
I mean, most of the time, people just want to catch a bottom, right? You see something that's like an all-time low, and then, oh, look, it made maybe a little lower, a higher low. So
Hey,
this could be it.
We'll make the bottom. We'll be the Michael Saylor of this coin. We'll sell convertible notes for our company and use the funds to buy IOST.
And we should, but by the way, for us to buy all of the supply, it's got to be like $20,000. No, what's the market cap on this? Oh no, it's $102 million.
What
no
the fuck?
way? No way. That's crazy.
By the way, that's the market cap of any meme coin whatsoever.
I just don't know who's putting money on this. I think it's actually only on MEXC too.
I have it on a different chart. I just for some reason can't. Crypto.com.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, just be cautious of this. I mean, monthly is literally losing the 38.2 now. So, I mean, it's just looking like it's on the verge of breaking down more. You don't want to be the guy who's like, oh, we're now at major support. I can see it. I see it too. But this also tells me this could just loom a breakdown, especially when we see here volatility. Let me put it down, go up here, is breaking above the monthly moving average. So you can see it broke above the monthly moving average. You got this insane move up, but this move up on the monthly actually didn't do anything. And this is kind of when you get really bearish charts like this, I often say, like, it's like Rivian. When you get these major moves up that are just like very fast, they're very aggressive, and they're big. Like this last one was 132% move up. It just makes it harder for bulls to break this downtrend. So now you have the same thing. A nice bounce from support. We bounced 178%. Did not do anything at all to the structure on the monthly. The 9 has crossed the 21. You see the 21 still rejected us. We came all the way back down under the 9, and we couldn't even hold this 8.3 level. Now into this month, we've rallied up, rejected it. And to me, it's just looking like this is ready to bust down. I mean, even the monthly volatility is supporting it. So personally, you should just be gauging this low. We lose this low and invalidate this hammerhead, most likely goes back down to, that 139. Yes, you could catch support maybe in the middle of that, but personally, I think with these altcoins, you should be taking them in a range. People often look at ranges that I make like, oh, well, your range is, I mean, you're saying that it's going to dump like 69%, 60. Yeah, that is like how meme coin, shit coins work.
Mm-hmm.
You just see, you lost it, dumped through. You rejected, came to the next one. It's very, very simple trading, but it works with these. Most of the crypto is just in a range. Like that's all really Bitcoin is. Granted, you'll get those, 5-day setups and things. The majority of crypto is just ranging. So this is now at the bottom of the range. Watch this hammerhead. This will be your kind of invalidation if you're longing this. Long the meme line. Stop at the bottom of the hammerhead because that with hammerheads, the invalidation is breaking the wick low. And if we do that, it's most likely going to dump us. So that's all I have on iOS. Really not a good chart at all. Again, I'll just say one more time, take it on the weekly, wait for the EMA 100 to get even tested. That way, then we can say, okay, the weekly trend has shifted. Let me long the higher low. And then we can start formulating a long thesis. Longing here is just gambling. You're better off going to the casino and getting a free drink, honestly.
Yep. Way more fun. All righty. We got MicroStrategy, the strategy of the small man with the small hand man, and Tesla. So however you guys want to do Tesla or MicroStrategy, pick your poison.
Cool.
I know far.
Which one would you like to do, sir?
I'll do Michael strategy.
Michael strategy shall be you. And I will be Elon Tesla.
There you go. God damn it. I'll never, by the way, I promise you, when we start looking at it, as much as I want to not call it Michael strategy, it's going to happen every time. This is just a big part of my retarded brain that
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bueno, estamos viendo esta monedilla pilla, ¿no? Un cripto bastante, digamos que deja mucho que desear. La razón por qué es porque abrió, obviamente tuvo su alto más alto en 15 centavos y ahora estamos tradeando. No sé cómo mierdas puedes romper centavos a la baja, pero estamos en doble cero de centavos 43. Es la cosa más loca que he visto, pero bueno. Y lo voy a hacer rápido porque honestamente para todo el mundo yo creo que esto no merece tanta atención, este tipo de análisis, porque no hay mucho que ver acá. Es bastante, honestamente es bastante fácil. Alto, alto más bajo, 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 alto más bajo. Y ahí vamos. Y obviamente bajos. La cosa es, acá, y lo que me imagino están viendo en este momento, que les da algo de hopium, es esto. Y ahí te va. Que estés pensando que esto va a aguantar. Básicamente, una línea meme que acabo de dibujar es lo que probablemente está haciendo que la gente diga, voy a agarrar este fondo. Uno, nunca les recomiendo jamás comprar un fondo. Es muy difícil agarrar un fondo de verdad. Es muy difícil. Sobre todo cuando estás comprándolo con apalancamiento. Por el amor de Dios, no lo hagan. No lo hagan. Entonces, tenemos eso. Dos, les voy a enseñar esto. En la mensual tenemos expansión de volatilidad, ¿no? Desde acá, básicamente, cayendo y el precio continúa cayendo. Esto en la mensual, esto es temporalidad, la más grande que vayas a ver. Voy a acercarme a la semanal. En la semanal vas a ver un poco más de lo mismo. Pueden ver en la semanal, ¿no? Acá, para toda la gente que esté empezando, una clara tendencia bajista, ¿no? Acá, con altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, pero también, y esto es lo que es preocupante, bueno, no preocupante, está del culo, tienes bajos más bajos. Básicamente este es tu canal, ¿no? Y va apuntando para abajo. Esa es la cosa. Ahora, con eso dicho, ¿qué estamos viendo acá? Estamos viendo en la diaria, y nos vamos a acercar en la diaria, que esto es probablemente, ¿no? Parte del espectáculo, aunque este bajo rompió este bajo, pero no ha roto los de atrás. Y los de atrás me refiero de años, porque, no, en el 2024, en agosto del 2024, está un poco más arriba que eso. La esperanza es que esto aguante. Lo tengo en la diaria, voy a poner el HPDR. La otra esperanza y el hopium es que güey, ya está muy sobrecalentado el movimiento, pero en todas las temporalidades esto es bajista, todas, todas. Tu esperanza más grande es que la zona del 88.3% aguante o esta línea meme en el 0043. De no aguantar vas a crear un nuevo bajo. Y has creado nuevos bajos en todas estas veces. Y pues, y ahora, ya estás muy cerca del cero. Pueden ver que la línea meme aparece como cero y todo esto como cero. Esto no se ve bien. La manera en la que quieres entrar en esta cosa, si es que se da, es esta. Voy a quitarte todo el ruido del gráfico. Y es más, ¿cuál es este? 34. 5. Ok, ahí está. Y aparte el HPDR y el Trend Wave. No, ese lo voy a dejar. Ok. ¿Semanal o mensual? Semanal. Ajusta la tabla. Nunca hemos estado por arriba del promedio. Entonces voy a agarrar el del 100, no el del 200. Ahí estás. Cuando estamos por encima del promedio del 100, ¿qué es lo que ocurre con el gráfico? Pompea gloriosamente. Lo vimos acá, tomamos el promedio del 100, venimos a retestear bolas, güey. Estás hablando de un subidongo de este punto hasta el tope de 1000%, ¿no? Y es lo que todo el mundo está esperando. Es lo que todo el mundo está esperando. Pero la cosa es, lo perdiste en el 2022, hace 3 años, y desde entonces no lo ha podido retomar. ¿Dónde entras en esta cosa si tienes las ganas de agarrar un fondillo? Una vez que puedas sobrepasar el promedio del 100, que también crea un alto más alto, confirma que este es el bajo más bajo y que estás creando bajos más altos. Esto es lo que valdría la pena. El porcentaje de cada uno de estos rangos es enorme. Esto es 90%. Solamente para volver a retestear el alto más bajo que acababa de hacer. Es lo único que tienes. Es lo único. Si te metes aquí, esto muy probablemente lo que nosotros pensamos va a ser, va a tirar, vas a intentar regresar y aquí vas a dar continuación, creando esto acá. No se ve nada bien. Es todo lo que quiero decir de esta moneda, solamente para aprender. Y nos gustan, no soy gran fan de analizar este tipo de monedillas que estén tan desgastadas, porque a fin de cuentas todo cripto se va a cero en contra de Bitcoin. Pero bueno, ahí está iOS. Vamos a ver Tesla. Are we doing Tesla? Yeah, because Farhan's doing Tesla.
Yep, Elon Tesla.
All right. The Hitler Company. Just crazy. Just crazy.
Yeah, Hitler himself.
I just can't stop thinking about all the Hitler things that Elon has done. Like, hang on. I'll remember it.
Do you remember that one time
he's friends with some Nazis? Yeah, right. He's friends with some Nazis.
That one time where he drank from a glass of water. You know who else drank glasses of water?
Who?
Hitler.
Oh, there you go. Oh, and you know who else? Because Elon likes to wear shoes. You know who else likes to wear shoes?
Hitler.
Yeah. Not only that, Elon likes cars. You know who else rode in cars? Hitler. Ooh. There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
That's
sorry.
insane.
I kept forgetting all the Nazi things that he's done.
He's so obsessed with that number 420 because April 20th is Hitler's birthday.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's all coming together now.
That's how you fit your analysis into your bias.
Yep. You got to twist it all to fit your bias.
Great job, sir.
It's the same concept of changing the time frame until you find one that fits your bias.
Love it.
So right now, this quarterly candle is not looking very pretty. We are getting a deviation of this meme line from our 2022 all-time highs. As of right now, we are still above the median. Median's at $376.55, with momentum rejecting the bullish control zone, still pointed to the upside with the moving average. Volatility is still contracting while we're getting this I guess move to the downside. It doesn't look like that much on the chart, but if we were to measure it, it is about 15% down. And if you were to take it from the current highs, that is about 23% down. So, and the jewel is also starting to curve back around, starting to give a buy signal. So as long as we hold over this median, this will continue giving the buy signal, start curving back towards the bullish control zone, will give us probabilities of retesting this 38.2% area, which right now is slightly higher than our all-time highs, sitting at $509. If we close over that 38.2% area, though, that's where things start to get very silly and then go somewhere around the 50% at least. This level is going to change, but right now it's sitting at over $1,000. That's like a 3x on Tesla's price right now. Well, he does own the government, so why can't it 3x? On the monthly, momentum is starting to contract a little bit, starting to shift towards the edge of the bullish control zone. Volatility is pulling back, while the jewel is starting to give an absolutely epic buy signal. Whereas the pink is crossing above the yellow, light blue is crossing above everything else and crossing into the bullish control zone. If we can get a close over the 61.8%, which is right now at $392.14, we'll make it high probabilities we hit the 78.6. It's currently at new all-time highs at $547. I'll switch over to the 2-week. Get a sip of water. Momentum in the 2-week is not breaking out of the bullish control zone. Volatility is starting to contract at the same time, getting pretty close to a full reset. It is nice to see volatility contracting while momentum is pointed down. And we are currently still above the median and bouncing over the 9, holding the 9 EMA. As of this setup, rejecting the 38.2, it does make it highly probable that we will test the median, but we don't know if it'll do it within this next 9 days and 4 hours, or if it still holds 9, and then the median reaches catches up to the 9, then having that as a retest. But if it loses the 9 EMA within this next 9 days and 4 hours, it's about $371.24. High probability it comes down towards this median at 341, and that's the area where you likely bounce towards those current all-time highs. Because then momentum and volatility will have fully reset. Weekly now momentum is entering into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointing up to support it because we're retesting and rejecting this bottom 38.2%. Makes a pretty high probability we'll come back down to 78.6, which lines up with the 21 EMA. It's about $350, which would also be a retest of the silver cross that we have to the upside, where it'd be a test of this 21. Lose a 21, then it makes it highly likely that the silver cross is going to be validated. Going to come back down at a minimum to 288. Likely doesn't hold. Probably comes down to this 200 then at about 246. Five-day as well as the week, just like the weekly is breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up, and we've lost 38.2%, making it pretty high probability we'll come to this 21, and it's that same $350 area. 2 days, same thing. Within the bearish control zone, volatility is pointed up. While are we making lower lows? This is low. Yep, we are getting lower closing lows with higher lows in the momentum, giving us possible regular bullish divergence. The way to confirm that divergence would be to close above $420. Beautiful, 420. Isn't that nice the way that works out? Close over $420 because the number is exactly you need to close over 419.99. So any close over that would be at a minimum of 420. And the hidden bullish divergence would be confirmed, giving us probabilities of testing somewhere around this 95%. Right now that's about like $574. How much if I move up is that from here is that? Come on. Geez, 50% up. That would take Tesla towards somewhere around 2.8 something trillion dollars, maybe close to $3 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
Daily is struggling to stay to the upside right now. We're trying to bounce at this 55 EMA. Lose the 55 EMA, daily momentum is going to shift back down into the bearish control zone. Volatility is going to be up. High probabilities become somewhere around this 100 and this 88.3. That's also at that $350 area. And 4 hour is doing what we expect to happen with the daily. Momentum shifting back into the bearish control zone. Volatility shifted up. The jewel curving back around into the bearish control zone, giving a sell signal. Losing this 100, giving us high probabilities of coming down towards this 200, which is going to continue to rise. Expecting it to be somewhere around this 97 to 95% area, which will give us very extreme areas on our HPDR as well, giving us more probabilities of bouncing somewhere around that $350 area. Quarterly on Tesla still has a hidden bullish divergence active from this higher low over here. And it's going to be active as long as we're closing above $212. Pretty unlikely that gets invalidated. The way to invalidate it on this next open, though, is going to be, as of right now, a close below $373. But that's going to be the next month and 27 days, and anything could really happen in between then. And the way to continue this divergence is not going to be all that helpful, but technically you'd want to see a close over $488.54, which is our current all-time highs. But if you were a little bit more aggressive, you could do it with a close over $439.74. You just wouldn't be as high a probability of playing out as close over this one. And that would give you a target of this critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $1,346. A little bit of a high level. Where we're getting that jewel buy signal, and volatility is starting to expand from pretty low levels on this chart time frame. because we're getting close to the same levels that we've always started expanding from, and not only expanding, we're getting absolutely massive moves. And if you were to time those volatility expansions along with the jewel giving us a buy signal, that'd be right over here. We started expanding. Jewel was giving a buy signal. It did, just for shits and giggles, how much of a percentage to the upside? 2,672% to the upside. Not much, huh? And it dipped off the back of hidden bullish divergence as well, just like this one right here. Getting a very similar setup. How much of a percent up are we since that point? Let's see. 177%. Not even 1,000% to the upside. Let's just be goofy little fellas and do it. 2,600% brings us up to $4,700 per one Tesla. A calm 1,000% brings us to $2,000 something per Tesla. Now that the useless, funny numbers are out of the way, let's get back to the serious stuff. Let's see. This is higher high. What is the closing high on this one? 381. No divergence. It was a possible hidden bearish divergence, but we've closed above this high, so now there's no hidden bearish divergence. Well, it's 2 week. No divergence. No divergence. Really giving us no divergences. All right, so the 3 days has a little bit of a bearish divergence right here. It has many drives of bearish divergence. You have hit the 21 EMA, so it could be argued that it has played out along with the neutral zone on the RSI. Confirmation of lower on the divergence would be a close below, what is this, 273, and this one is, so $373 close below there, then you'd likely come down to the 55 EMA. 55 is sitting somewhere around $320 currently. This is a 3-day candle, so 3-day chart, so this is going to take a couple candles to play out. 55 likely does rise. Hopefully it'll rise enough to meet my bias of somewhere around $350. But as of right now, it's sitting at 320. 2 days about to form another drive of bearish divergence as long as we're closing below 300 and what is this? Nope, actually this one. $384.41. Close below there, then we're likely to come down towards this bearish critical zone. That, as of this moment, is $306. It's going to change within the next 1 day and 3 hours. We'll see if it goes up or if it stays the same. If it does go up, it'll fit my bias at $350. If not, then we're going lower than that. Well, with this move to the downside, we're getting complete volatility. What is the word? Reset, where it's at 3.57% after nearing somewhere in the high 90s. Daily has now put in 3 drives of bullish divergence. The way to confirm the continuation on the divergence is going to be to close over a very nice $420. That'll take us towards the bullish control zone. Bullish control zone right now is at $474. What's our current all-time highs? So basically our current all-time highs. And if we can get a close over there, that will activate even higher time frame bullish divergences, taking us up towards somewhere in the 500s. 4 hours now about to form some some hidden bearish divergence. Going to confirm it as long as we're closing below $384.42. That will take us towards this bearish control zone. That right now is at $361.94. Fits my bias with 350s. I too, like a lot of people, have a bias. A lot of people have biases, but no one has a bias like mine.
I enjoy having a bias. Everybody's got a bias. Some bad, some really bad biases out there.
Mine's one of the best.
Not mine, I tell you. Not mine.
Right, time to give the bull some hopium. As of right now, it makes probabilities higher that will go towards that 350s, 360s area and then get a nice little mega bounce from there. is if you look on the 6-month, momentum is currently about to flip back up after being down on this, let's call it a correction, even though it's 75% of the downside. Let's just call it a correction. Momentum was pointed down. Now it's starting to flip back up, maintaining the bullish control zone and about to re-enter into the critical zone, as long as they're pointed at prices above $185.50. Let's see what happened last time momentum started flipping back up. And it wasn't even from this low, this low of a level. It was much higher when it flipped back up. We got a move of 1,673%. So now we're flipping up from much lower, while price action is giving us a higher low, giving us on the 6-month hidden bullish divergence. The way to confirm this divergence on the 6-month is going to be, as of right now, it's going to be over our all-time highs. You got to close over $488.54. But if it doesn't happen on this 6-month candle, on the next 6-month candle, the way to confirm it is going to be closing over 439.74. So that's going to be a little bit easier. But if you do it on this 6-month candle, confirms that hidden bullish divergence on the 6-month at over 488, makes it not so crazy that we'd hit $1,000 at that point. Because hidden bullish divergence on a 6-month is not something that you get all of the time. On the quarterly, we're already getting volatility expansion, with momentum rejecting the bearish control zone, starting to flip back up, pointing up as long as you're above $308.50. Also, if you can note on the momentum chart that we went lower in momentum than we did right here, but we made a higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly as well as the 6-month. Same number to confirm it on the quarterly over 488.54. Likely sends you into the 500s, and then 6-month will confirm, and that I don't see why we wouldn't go to $1,000 then. $1,000 per one, as some people would tell you, one Russian Tesla.
Oh, well, actually, it's a Chinese
German.
Tesla.
Oh yeah, Chinese, German, and Russian.
Yeah.
Because for Nazi, you got to give them German.
Oh, I fucking keep forgetting that. I'm sorry. God damn, it's just so obvious. So obvious. By the way, are your lips red? Did you paint your lips already to support until it's a very smart move that we're all making. We're painting our lips red with lipstick, obviously, until we get a new president. That'll teach Trump. Oh yeah, Trump's gonna fucking regret everything he's doing right now once he see all of our lips red. That's right, every day.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, good Lord, I need to stop seeing these. I don't know if I can say this word. People who ride Harley Davidsons.
And by the way, men and women are doing it. So join the move. I guarantee you're doing it.
I see. That explains why Farn had lipstick on this morning. That makes sense.
Yeah, of course. This will stop Donald Trump for everything he's doing.
Yeah, everything. Then after this, I'm gonna get on my Harley Davidson.
Oh, absolutely. And just be the loudest of them all.
Just gonna sit there in the garage and rev the engine.
Vice Cardano too, why not?
Yeah.
Harley Davidson owners are the equivalent of Lamborghini owners. You'll see very minimal miles on the car, but the engine's worn the fuck out from revving it.
Oh yeah, that's all we do.
On the monthly as well as the other as well as the quarterly, you're getting volatility expansion with momentum still technically pointed to the upside, but within the next month, if we do close below $398, it will flip down. And that will not be very pretty because that will flip us down at the edge of the critical zone, making it high probability we come down towards the 5 EMA. And where that 5 EMA is right now at my bias zone at 350 to 360. What makes it more likely that would be a correction is that on the 2-week volatility is contracting with momentum flip down as long as price is below $480. Weekly is getting up pretty close to a full volatility reset after going towards 90%. Would be looking for a double extreme at this point. Alongside volatility contracting, we're getting momentum to the downside below $438. On the 5-day, we're getting also very close to a full volatility reset, looking for a double extreme sometime soon, while momentum is pointed down below $429.50. 2-day, we're getting basically already got a full reset on volatility. We're at 3% now, getting pretty close to getting a volatility set up. Momentum is pointed down along with while volatility contracts, as long as we're below $401. Daily is now getting volatility expansion with momentum to the downside as long as we're below $390, making it highly more probable we get that correction down to that 350s to 360s. And the 4-hour as well as getting volatility expansion with the rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone and pointing down below $404. So all of the high time frames are still bullish and still pointing to the upside as long as you're above around $308. Lower time frames are starting to flip down with momentum volatility starting to flip up, supporting the idea of getting that correction towards somewhere around $350 to $360. Then getting a strong bounce off of there. 3-month and monthly and the 2-week also have hidden bullish divergences, which would take us somewhere into the $500 level, and then probably a correction from there into somewhere around the current highs of like 488s, 480s. Then the 6-month hidden bullish divergences would confirm and probably go somewhere towards that RSI target. It's pretty crazy to say, around $1,000 to $1,300. Sorry to be a George.
Hey, whatever works and floats your boat, man. That's perfectly fine. By the way, Alex, you were saying MicroStrategy changed their name?
Yes, it's just strategy now.
It's just strategy. There's nothing micro.
No micro, no Michael. It's just strategy.
Well, that sounds gay.
That is fucking ridiculous. Also, what about the little hands?
Those are still there. Yeah.
But are we just going to forget about it? That was part of the micro little tiny hands, the Michael Saylor has for his strategy. And now we're deleting it. Yeah, I feel like we're bastardizing something.
Time to buy puts on strategy.
Time to buy a lot of puts on this strategy. All righty. Let's see what the Nazi chart tells us right now. Oof, man. I mean, there's like Nazi patterns in here. I see them. I'm sure everyone with red lips can see them too.
Oh, I can definitely see. There's basically a swastika on the chart.
Can I say something? It would be awesome if they already convinced the people that are wearing the red lipstick to wear also red heels. Like you just have to walk everywhere in red heels and red lipstick.
They would do it.
Just to show Trump. Yeah. Oh, dude, that would be so much fun.
And you know what makes this more Nazi is that there's an America pattern on the chart. And obviously America's Nazi.
Exactly. That is oh my God. Did we measure this before?
I'm not sure.
I don't think we have.
Let's just get a cheeky little measurement on it. And maybe it'll line up with $1,000 to $1,300. That'd be pretty cool.
That'll be very cool for your bias. Let's just say that he does it right here.
My bias loves that.
728.
Pretty close. Close enough.
It's the 95% on the HPDR on the weekly. Let me see it in the monthly. 88%. Let me switch time frames as you taught me until I find something that fits my bias. Almost at 95% right here.
Man.
That's the one right here. That's the one right here, I think.
Beautiful.
All righty. I'm going to do this in Espanol and we'll do strategy next. Pequeñas manos strategy. Do it up, son. Ok. Vamos a empezar el análisis de Tesla, la compañía más nazi que ha visto la historia. Es impresionante, pero es lo que es, señores. Fabrican coches eléctricos. Es de cosas de nazis, ya saben. Pero bueno, en Tesla estamos viendo el gráfico de 2 semanas y la razón por qué quiero enseñarles esto, aunque quiero ir al de 3 meses, a la trimestral, a ver si lo tiene. Sí, la trimestral también lo tiene. Estamos consolidando en uno de esos patrones de tasa y agarradera, ¿no? El famoso cup and handle. Y el objetivo de este patrón son $728. Para la gente que no sepa cómo medirlo, vas a agarrar el punto más bajo de precio, llevarlo a donde está el cuello, ¿no? La parte alta de la tasa, que es justamente donde está esta línea, empieza acá, no, que no te distraiga esto. Y cuando tengas el breakout oficial, que tengas un cierre encima de los 414, ¿no? En este tipo de temporalidad te va a dar ese movimiento. Y ese movimiento te lleva a los $728, para que lo tengan ahí presente. Ahora, ¿esto es garantizado? No, pero yo creo que es muy posible. No se me hace loco que Tesla, en cuanto active sus coches eléctricos autónomos completamente, que valga el doble de lo que vale ahorita, ¿A alguien se le hace ridículo eso? A mí no. Es el primer uso de inteligencia artificial en el mundo real que va a llevarse todos los trabajos. Así que ahí lo tienen. Además de eso, estamos viendo que Tesla ha estado en una tendencia alcista después de estos mínimos en 100, después de los famosos mínimos en 140 que compramos todos en este canal, y después de llegar a un máximo histórico en 487. También vimos que tenemos un alto más alto y obviamente tenemos el cierre mensual más alto de toda la historia en $404. Ahora estamos pintando una vela algo bajista, pero de nuevo, falta un mes, 27 días para cerrar esto. Así que sin prisa, sin ansia, se gana en Francia, como diría, no sé, la neta, quién decía esas mamadas. Pero bueno, vamos a poner estas cosas. Listo. No me gusta el 34, no soy un gran fan del 34. Tenemos acá nuestro promedio del 9, 21 30 y 55. Estamos muy por encima de una absoluta clara tendencia alcista, no hay más que decir, y estamos justamente cotizando en $380 y de nuevo con un máximo histórico en 487, $100 más arriba de lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Ahora, en temporalidad trimestral que estamos viendo, Tesla no viene el punto más bajo de su volatilidad, lo ha visto acá en los 42.97%, pero en el 49% comenzó a expandir y después pasó volatilidad y hemos visto que esto sigue apuntando para arriba en lo que estamos viendo este breakout, por lo que la volatilidad continúa empujando esto en la trimestral. Y si estás viendo un gráfico trimestral, esto toma alrededor de 9 meses a 15 meses en jugarse en la vida real, así que no tengas prisa por esto. Nuestra gráfica mensual nos da un poco de lo mismo con volatilidad expandiendo, lo pueden ver, no del punto más bajo, pueden ver que eso fueron acá, pero continúa esta expansión deliciosa por encima del promedio y volatilidad sigue apuntando para arriba. Ahora, no tan agresivamente, está en 83.52%, pero sabemos que a Tesla le gustan los extremos y un doble extremo es lo que básicamente esperaríamos nosotros por acá. Ahora, en la mensual de Tesla, tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los 3.19 y tenemos el 21 en 2.73. Lo importante de notar acá es lo importante que es este soporte para Tesla en los 335. Eso sería el primer lugar donde estaría asegurándome que no rompamos a la baja. Ese sería ahora sí que el extremo más peligroso. Pero no estoy preocupado todavía para nada. Les voy a enseñar por qué. Porque Tesla todavía hemos pasado la zona azul, lo pueden ver acá. Entramos en la zona verde y de la zona verde caímos por debajo del 61.8%. En este gráfico mensual, lo que nos gustaría ver antes de que pasen 23 días y 3 horas es si puedes romper arriba de los 392, que es justamente donde está la zona del 61.8%, eso te daría un buen viaje en la próxima vela o en esta misma a los 548. Un cierre por debajo de los 492 nos pondría en alerta para ver si la zona del 50% aguantaría en 344.73. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos cayendo de la zona amarilla a la zona verde hasta la zona azul y esta caída nos tiene que aguantar el promedio del 9. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en $370. De no aguantar nuestro promedio del 9, vamos a ir a la media. La media está en 341. Estos son 2 semanas, recuérdenlo, pero todavía faltan 9 días y 3 horas para cerrarlo. Volatilidad está contrayendo, lo que nos dice que esto es probablemente una corrección en Tesla que estamos viviendo. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal, comienzan a verlo. La corrección, venimos de extremos acá en cuando logramos altos históricos en 4.87. De ahí caímos a la zona azul, perdimos la media, ni siquiera la intentamos alcanzar una vez más y ahora estamos cayendo por debajo de la zona azul, abajo del promedio del 9 y nuestro siguiente objetivo natural sería nuestro promedio del 21 que está en la zona del 78.6%, una zona a la que Tesla le gusta encontrar, si no me equivoco, sus puntos bajos. Más o menos todo por acá es correcto. Y acá sí llegó al 88.3%. Así que esperemos acá, si somos alcistas en Tesla, que para empezar, ya donde estamos, podamos aguantar esta zona, pero de no aguantar, tener este rechazo, esta vela va a cerrar en 2 días y 3 horas. De cerrar así, vas a tener una gran posibilidad de ir a los 350. 350, eso permitiría que tu estructura alcista comience de acá de esta vela en la parte baja, porque esta vela, la parte baja, está en 350, en 348 y 350 aguantando nos haría un bajo más alto, aunque para no romper toda la estructura, en realidad lo único que tienes que hacer es aguantar por encima de los 326, para que lo tengan presente. Por eso digo que esta zona donde está mi línea meme es muy importante para Tesla. Voy acercándome, o vimos, no, volatilidad contrayendo. Vamos a la de 5 días. 5 días, el mismo rechazo del 9, el 21 se encuentra en los 350, casi 347. Eso nos da aún más confluencia con lo que estamos diciendo. De no poder cerrar por encima de 385, vamos muy probablemente a ver los 347. Vamos a ir a la de harina, a la diaria. En la diaria justamente nos rechazó la media. Estamos cayendo, perdimos el promedio del 21 y perdimos el promedio del 9. Ahora cayendo en caída libre nos está aguantando el 55. De no aguantar el 55, tenemos el promedio del 100 justamente en la zona del 88.3%, que dijimos es el extremo bajo al que le gusta llegar a Tesla, y eso agrega confluencia a mi bias, que es lo que yo creo que va a pasar. Y probablemente tenemos esta corrección, y esta corrección acabe más o menos por la zona de los 347, 350 dólares, y de ahí comencemos a ver los objetivos que habíamos visto en los HPDR a largo plazo. Para poder ser completamente alcistas en Tesla, vamos a tener, les voy a decir dónde están los puntos pivotes en la tabla, ¿ok? En la mensual lo tienes en 398. Quieres cerrar la vela mensual arriba de 398. En 2 semanas nos queda 480. Queremos cerrar arriba de 480, que nos pone muy cerca del alto histórico. Semanal, que nos faltan, ¿cuánto dijimos? 2 días. 2 días y 3 horas. Queremos ver un cierre por arriba de 438. Si no podemos cerrar arriba de 438, esto va a agregar a nuestro bias que estamos ante una corrección, viendo momentum bajar y estos pivotes estando tan arriba. En la de 5 días el punto pivote está en 430 y en la diaria está en 390. Básicamente un cierre arriba de 390 en la diaria el día de hoy nos pone en la situación perfecta para continuar, ir a buscar nuestros objetivos aquí arriba en los 483. Pero de no poder tener un cierre por encima de eso, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar la zona de los 350 y ahí es donde encontremos un nuevo suelo, un nuevo bajo más alto y de ahí dar continuación al movimiento. Y más o menos eso se vería así, para que lo tengan en mente. Ahí está. Es más o menos como eso se debería de ver en este gráfico. La zona que no quieres perder definitivamente, y todo cambiaría, sería la zona de los 334. Si llegamos a bajar en los 334, empezamos a cerrar por abajo de esto, podríamos decir que algo está roto y vamos a caer una vez más en este rango enorme de aquí abajo. Así que ahí lo tienes, bastante fácil, honestamente. Tesla es una de esas acciones que se mueve rápido, pero al mismo tiempo lento, y es divertida, mucha volatilidad y fácil de leer. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ir con MicroStrategy, que se cambió el nombre a solamente Strategy, a solamente Estrategia, pero las manos de Michael Saylor siguen siendo muy pequeñas. Así que vamos a poner a Alex por acá. Estamos listos a darle.
Nice. Strategy, not Michael or Micro anymore.
God damn it.
Honestly, though, it's not looking that bad. So I just first want to talk about this. We potentially have a head and shoulders brewing here. It's not confirmed because the right shoulder isn't developed yet. But why I find this interesting is because if we end up moving from here, remember, we'll be the first sign of us going up to this support line, which is at $385, will be if the daily can actually reclaim above the 21. We can do that. That'll look really good. You can just see it's still acting as resistance right now. But if we can actually make a move up to here, this not only would TP1 our Academy long, which I gave out at, I think, $331, but also it could form a nice head and shoulders pattern, which the measured move would take us closer to that estimate 200. So just something to note there that I'm watching here, just to kind of start this up. I do think MicroStrategy can go up more, of course, and I'll tell you why. But I just noticed this and I wanted to bring it up. So we'll see if this develops into anything. Right now we see, if we go down to the weekly real quick, The Academy actually had a long on MicroStrategy. I was watching this consolidation here, and I was noticing that really we haven't really taken out the last lows of each weekly, which to me is telling me that bulls are starting to step up, trying to shift this structure into bullish posturing. We see here that, you know, we perfectly dumped on that day down to that EMA 21 and perfectly held. The Academy lodge or the stop loss thesis or idea was essentially once we take this low out, we're going to be very far away from this channel, this meme channel, but we're also going to be losing that EMA 21. The EMA 21 is pretty important for MicroStrategy, or I guess just strategy now. And that is the next logical point. If the weekly 9 gets lost, which it did back in January, next logical zone is that EMA 21. And so now we see we perfectly bounced from there. Academy long is still activated. It's in profit. And it even surprised me that we didn't take out this low. So I'm now starting to shift my idea on MicroStrategy. That
Take that.
Yeah, I did it. That's funny. I'm starting to shift my idea though that this actually could start moving up. And even with the idea I showed you with the head and shoulders, it's interesting because forming that right shoulder around that 380 is pretty important to me because we see that 380 is massive support. You see that when we were going up, we perfectly got caught around 380 and then came down, retested support, formed another higher low on the daily, and then broke out. And then we can see when we came down, we were just starting to chop around that region before fully breaking down. You can see prices rallied up to that point and rejected. We SFP'd it and we rejected it, came down. It's beautiful SFP. SFPs are nice because once you lose a zone and you come down, you always put in a bearish retest before the real move down. Now what we see is MicroStrategy is trying to grind some kind of bottom around here. This $332 is major for MicroStrategy. If it doesn't hold this zone, it's going to start looking like we're going to go back down to the $318. Until then, we're holding above it, and any move down to here needs to be looked at as still an opportunity for bulls. I will say, though, the EMA 9 on the daily is crossing the 21. Let's see if we're even close to silver crossing. We need to go down more for that to actually cross. So right now we see we're basing off that 55. We're holding above that $330. But we do see that the daily 21 is still rejecting us. So if we end up coming down, and maybe this plays into Bitcoin getting that pullback and coming here, I do think that could lead to a move up to the 380s, fulfilling our TP1 for this, long. Well, with what we know with this head and shoulders looming, if bulls don't break the 380 region, and most importantly, reclaim that 385, reclaim, get above there and start going up towards this high here, it's going to then start looking like, yeah, this head and shoulders could play out. We come up and then we reject, and visually you can just see it. And that would then have implications for a breakdown closer to that estimate 200 at $215. Until then, still not occurring. I do think that we could get a move up after we retest support again at $333. As long as we hold above this zone at $333, I'm going to be looking at this area here as an expansion zone for strategy. So it's actually interesting. We also see on this monthly here, throwing the EMA 5 on, we actually almost perfectly, went to that monthly 5. This also was a major point for my stop loss on that Academy long, essentially, I gave out a week ago. We start losing that $303 region, losing that EMA 5, big drop off to the 9. You can see bulls have, again, front ran it. And something interesting to point on that monthly is we actually did hold above the $333. So honestly, my strategy is looking pretty good to me right now. I'm cautiously bullish on this, especially with where we're at on the chart. I'm going to go back to the monthly. I'm going to show the HPR because we are pressing resistance right now. Let me just do here. You can see we're now at the 78.6%, and it's starting to kind of catch price here. So yes, this is closing in 23 days. It'll be really important for at least strategy to close anywhere above $333, in my opinion. If we can actually hold the support zone and base off of it, I do think next target would be right around $386. There's a major point. If we go up to the $386 mark, that to me is going to be a major point of either bears step in and reject us hard, fulfilling this head and shoulders, or we actually break out from here, reclaim it, just like what occurred right here, broke out, reclaimed it, and then from there is when we really got the expansion up. So personally, it's not looking the worst, considering Bitcoin had that aggressive move down. We saw Ethereum dump $800. Still not looking the worst. Why you'll want that daily EMA 21 to get reclaimed, though, is because you see the median is right around there. EMA 21 is at $349.41. The median's at $349.03. So if you as a trader see, okay, the daily just reclaimed the 21, that's been holding us down for a while, you'll also be able to know, okay, we've just reclaimed the median, and that has been holding price down this whole way down. So that's why, to me, I'm going to have that as the spot. The daily 21's the spot to get above, call it $350. Then we can potentially start seeing volatility expand here. You know, it almost gave us a setup on strategy, but, you know, we did not fall under 15%. Something to note about this daily volatility is we're starting to break above the moving average now. This actually started to occur when price started to move up. So that's why if we start rejecting this 9 and this median and this 21, a move down back to this $333 to maybe all the way down to the 61.8% at $327 will be the next spot. I'm going to need bulls to spring us from that point, or we're going to run the risk of this breaking down, rejecting the median, and losing the 38.2%. You can see anytime we lose the 38.2% on the daily for strategy, it's really not good to the downside. Even here, we started to lose it. We were under it, and then we got a major move down. Luckily, now bulls are starting to reclaim it. So, you know, granted, there is some bullish opium here that as long as we hold above $333, we will expand from here, and possibly into tomorrow, this median will shift down and price will open above it. If that occurs, and I do think that'll greatly open the chances of us reclaiming the 21. When that gets reclaimed, I do believe the next target will be $380. It's a big range here. Once we get back above $350-ish, $349, I do think 385 will be next. There, though, you'll want to be very cautious of this formation, you know, happening, which is a head and shoulders. And when we do the measured move here, if, let's say that does occur, just like I showed, you know, you would essentially be testing if we break down from here. Make this straight. Close to that SMA 200. So, you know, I do think if you are along with the Academy, definitely don't disregard TP1. Whenever I give TP1, 2, and 3, the idea is you're going to majority TP at 1, and then you're going to have a moon bag for 2 and 3. But until then, you want to be very cautious of this zone. I do think we can move up, and that still is an impressive bounce from, let's say, the 21. We're talking about a 10% move up. But then at that point, we have to be very cautious of this pattern forming. And you know, maybe the bearishness in Bitcoin causes my strategy to dump more. But until then, this is still looking okay.
I don't care what you say. You were going to say Michael's strategy.
I was. I've been saying that too.
It's impossible not to.
It really is, actually.
Yeah.
Beautiful karma.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's funny. You would have already been aware, though, on the HBDR that we're testing resistance, just like I showed on the monthly here. I'll show you again the 50%, the 78.6% right at, you know, $345, which is simply based on the weekly here. The weekly here is now testing the 9. You're going to want to get it back above here. This is why that $349 to $350 is going to be key for strategy to actually close above. Falling under the 9 on the weekly, reclaiming it, and then holding above there for 1, 2, 3 candle closures would be exactly what I want to see expansion. We're even getting a volatility setup on strategy now. And something to note about this is we haven't been this low in volatility since essentially here in 2018, which is interesting to see because on this whole way up, you know, that we've been moving up and it's been pumping. Volatility hasn't been this low in this region in a while. I mean, we're talking about volatility as low as potentially here. What did it do here? Here, I guess. That doesn't seem like a big move. I'll eat those words really quickly. Let me see. Yeah, it wasn't that big of a move, surprisingly. SMA 200, the weekly held us down. Boom, shot up. It's important though, because like even though we really haven't been doing much, it's just interesting to see that that's now very low, and we haven't had that since 2018. You would think the move when we were at $48 would be lower even, but no, that's interesting to see. So the weekly is giving us a volatility setup. Getting back above the EMA 9 will be, in my opinion, key that this low is going to hold. We get back above the 9, again, good confirmation that we're probably going to test 380. We can get back above 386. I do think then we're going to test the weekly downtrend. We can actually break this last lower high here. It'll confirm that this is some higher low. And the next target will be around $444. Now, I'll take and see the HBDR on this just to see. You can see the median's perfectly right at 380. You can see the weekly's trying to pop back above the 38.2%. This is important because if we do, the next target would be closer to the median, which is basically what I'm saying. If we can get back above the, call it 349 on the daily close, we're probably going to see a nice move up to that $380 region. But I just don't want anyone, even for the Academy, longing to get that mixed up. If we get back to this point, this is going to be the rejection spot for bears, essentially. You're going to want to see that right shoulder form. You're going to want to see a massive rejection, and for us to essentially lose $330. But until then, look for any move down to 330 as a valid entry for a long. And now you can simply use this low here for a stop loss. My low was based on this low, but you can see we never took that out. So for the Academy, if you're long, you can now move the stop back, to this low right at $309. So we start breaking this low. I do think we're going to end up going a lot lower. We see the daily EMA 100s right there. I'm not going to be convinced it's going to hold though. So we'll have to really see the reaction around here. Could be a really crypto move thing to do. Come all the way down, take all these lows, bounce from here. But I'm personally not trying to, I'm not going to be on the camp that's going to happen. That's just more of like a gambling thought. For now, bulls are trying to hold here. We're going to see really carefully if we can get back above the EMA 21. If we can do that, let that be confirmation. At least for me, I'm going to use that as we're probably going to get a nice move up to 380s. These ranges will probably move though. Each day they'll move. So we'll have to really gauge that carefully. But yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to see that our long never got stopped out. I thought it did. It did not. And you can now see even just like the monthly level we're testing, the weekly level, the 2-week here is testing the median. So it's going to be really key for that 350 number to get reclaimed. And do that though, it'll really start looking better. So that's all I really have on this. It's, just in the process of trying to shift bullish, we kind of, in my opinion, like, what's the word? We kind of missed the opportunity for bears. Bears were supposed to in January to close us under $330. They did not do that. So now I have to look at $330 as support. It held it. We're now bouncing from there. Possibly into March, we could start seeing this move nicely, assuming that holds, especially with, what we know. Volatility now is starting to contract on the monthly. And we can see since it started to contract, this has actually been bullish for MicroStrategy. So, that's just kind of all I have. Watch $350. If it reclaims the daily 21, that'll be a good zone to be convinced that, okay, this low is probably going to hold and we're probably going to start making our way closer to $380 again. If we start rejecting and specifically losing $333 and then coming back down and taking this low out, yes, the long will be invalidated, and I'm actually going to start looking at strategy essentially to be breaking down a lot more. That'll be confirmed once that EMA 100 gets lost. So it's very simple now. Bulls are starting to hold. There's no reason why we need to push up here and do that. Any kind of consolidation above the 38.2% is bullish to me. That way, then the median can start coming down, and maybe price then will open above it, and then that can start moving us higher. So I'm happy to see Academy is still long. It's still looking okay to me. This monthly is going to be very important. But until then, I mean, we're perfectly bouncing from the EMA 5. We didn't even get close to that monthly 9, just showing overall the strength. And the monthly is still in an uptrend, in my opinion. we would have to, and personally, take out the November low to shift that. So until then, this is a high, possibly a higher low. And so ideally now we just kind of want to keep these lows. As you can see visually, you can just see it's kind of like a stair step. Just not going to want this low to get taken out. These lows start getting taken out, meaning this monthly takes out this last low. It's probably going to mean we're going to break down, most likely test closer to $250. So till then, it's looking good. We'll see if bulls actually push us up. And then it'll be interesting to see if we go up to 385s, if that's what, you know, if does this form a head and shoulders, or do we break out from here and actually get our TP2? Any kind of, let's say, weekly close above 385 to me would start looking really good for strategy. And then I do believe that, you know, potentially $400 to $440 would be next. So this $380 is going to be a major point overall for bulls, assuming they can get back above that weekly 9. So it's very easy, in my opinion. You're getting that daily median right around the EMA 21, which is also right around the monthly 50%, which also happens to be right at that weekly EMA 9 and also the 2-week median. So you're just getting a lot of area of interest on all different time frames, telling me at least that, yeah, 350 is a major point for strategy. We can start getting back above 350. We're going to start seeing bulls take control again. Until then, we're at the spot now where if this $330 does not hold, we potentially could come all the way back down closer to like $320. And at that point, I just am not going to be convinced that this is going to hold. So we'll have to really see. But yeah, that's all I really have on strategy. It's looking okay. Cautiously bullish here. And it is welcoming to see that maybe into tomorrow or the next day, this actually will break above the moving average. I think I hit everything on this. Weekly setup we talked about, the median. Yeah, that's basically it. So, you know, that's kind of all I have on strategy. It's still looking bullish to me. Watch $330 to hold and get any daily above $350 to me will confirm that we're probably going to get a move up to 380s. Don't get too bullish though, because if we do get a nice 10% move from here, why I started that off with the head and shoulders is just to show that even on this move, this still could form some major bearish pattern here, which on breakdown would take us closer to that SMA 200, around $200. So, you know, I like the way this looks though. TP1 possibly hits. And then from there we can see, okay, maybe this is a short, maybe it's not. We'll have to just take it. But I'm going to be on the camp that 380s is brewing for strategy. You know, I'll be wrong though if we start losing $333.
And the best part about this whole shebanga is we're going to be able to, very soon, we won't get into details, but to actually short this shit. To short Apple, short Tesla, short all these things with all of the community, which will be a lot of fun.
Beautiful.
Aside from all of the analysis on strategy now, I need to ask, is it bearish or bullish Sailor's hand size?
I think it's quite bullish.
I concur.
Sailor's hands must be bullish.
They are. Can I tell you why? Because the green dildos look way bigger in his hand, in his tiny hand.
That's a very good point.
Just saying, that's it. All righty, boys. Tomorrow we have class. So everybody that's here, remember at 7 in the morning, LA time, 10 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to see you here on Elite Trading Academy exclusively for the people that are signed up on the website so that we can go over any questions that you have about trading. Thank you, boys. Really appreciate you. I'll see you mañana.
Cool.
Talk soon.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Vámonos con Michael. Me lleva la verga. Con Strategy. Esta empresa se llama Strategy, ¿ok? Michael Saylor acaba de anunciar que están cambiando el nombre de MicroStrategy a Strategy para que nadie le pregunte más de sus manitas chiquitititas. Ok, vamos a empezar el análisis. Bitcoin está teniendo un dump Peru en $97,000. MicroStrategy está completamente ligado a esto porque el único valor que tiene es la gran cantidad de Bitcoin que han acumulado a través del tiempo, honestamente, en vez de cualquier otra cosa. Brillante. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Vámonos un poco más de lejos. Vamos a empezar con, no la de 2 meses, la de 3 meses en realidad. ¡Wow! Bonito. Ok, La de 3 meses. 1, pueden ver este canal. Voy a eliminar esto. Esto no lo necesito. Pueden ver este canal, ¿no? Acá y acá. Y más o menos la media está justamente donde nos estamos peleando. Y es más, déjenme ver si lo hiciera un canal de verdad, si esa fuera la media. No lo voy a cambiar aunque, si no lo es, para que sepan. No es. La media está abajo. Bien, ok. Esta es una zona importante para el precio de MicroStrategy, que es justamente donde se está peleando en los $342. Obviamente estamos ante una tendencia alcista, MicroStrategy, y esto también, por cierto, si llegara a darse este escenario, ¿no? Que siempre medimos del punto más bajo, te llevaría a $685, que no está tan loco y honestamente creo que se está dando. Una locura. Bueno, con eso dicho, vamos a ver rápidamente, volatilidad está en extremos, está, perdón, el BBWP, nuestro indicador favorito, sigue apuntando para arriba, está por encima del promedio y a Strategy le gusta estar en rojos, eso quiere decir en extremos al 100%, y ahí es justamente a donde se dirige, por lo que todavía tenemos camino para avanzar, estamos en 90% en este momento, en lo que esta expansión de volatilidad nos ha dado este movimiento a la alza, apoyando ese movimiento a la alza, bien, temporalidad de 3 meses alcista. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, ya pintamos un extremo, tenemos contracción de volatilidad, pero se puede dar el escenario de la famosa doble volatilidad y estos extremos. Si esto se llega a dar, es más básicamente lo que todos los alcistas están esperando. O si hay una contracción de volatilidad, no hay problema. Lo único que dice es que vamos a chopear de lado por un rato antes de que haya otro cero para la alza, mínimo por ahora. En esta temporada también somos alcistas, tenemos un máximo histórico en 541 y ahorita estamos cotizando en 342, justamente acá. No hemos roto estructura alcista en esta tabla, la estructura alcista se rompe en los 223 para abajo, así que estamos bastante arriba de eso, para que lo tengan en mente. Pero aquí es donde quiero empezar a jugar y ponerles un poco de dónde estamos parados. Aquí está el HPDR, pueden ver que mi línea meme coincide también con el 78.6%, que es lo que nos está rechazando. Queremos cerrar por encima de 344. Si podemos cerrar ahora esta vela mensual, faltan 23 días y 3 horas para cerrarla. Pero si podemos cerrar por encima de 344, vamos a darnos una vuelta en los 465, que es casi nuestro alto histórico. Eso sería muy bueno para todos los que son alcistas en Strategy. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas y van a empezar a ver un poco la confluencia por ahí. Exactamente. Tenemos el rechazo del 95%, lo que nos dice que está un poco agotado el movimiento y tiene que chopear un rato. Este chopeo que estamos viendo está justamente en esta zona. Lo que no nos gustaría perder son los 313 en esta temporalidad, porque perdiendo los 313 te pondría en una situación de ir a visitar los 242 y ahí que Dios bendiga todo lo que estás analizando con Strategy. Volatilidad continúa expandiendo también, pero está yendo de lado, pero podría buscar extremos, sigue expandiendo oficialmente en este movimiento alcista en 2 meses. Ah, cabrón, es la de 2 meses, con razón. ¿Cómo me encanta hacer eso, no? La de 2 semanas es a la que me refería. 2 semanas tiene la confluencia de ser el rechazado por la media y ahora nos está aguantando el promedio del 9. La zona a no perder son los 324. De perder los 324 vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en 315 y veríamos ahí si encontramos un nuevo un fondo y ya vamos a crear un bajo más alto o si vamos a ir a visitar el promedio del 21 que se encuentra en los 257. En esta temporalidad, la volatilidad está contrayendo después de haber estado casi en extremos o en extremos, un extremo, doble extremo y ahora contrayendo, lo que nos da un previo a lo que podría pasar en la mensual, que estamos esperando ese extremo. Semanal. En la semanal estamos una vez más ante resistencia justamente en la zona de los 341, que es donde está nuestra zona meme. Digo, los 342, discúlpenme, que es donde está también nuestra línea meme, más o menos por ahí entintando toda la gráfica. Y lo que queremos hacer es poder cerrar por encima de 342.21 este gráfico semanal en 2 días y 3 horas. Cerrando por encima vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de primero ir a pelear con la media, que la hemos perdido ya por un rato, la perdimos con esta vela en diciembre. Todo este año hemos estado por debajo de la media. Queremos ir a buscar esto y asegurarnos de no hacer un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar eso, que encontremos posibilidad de romper estos altos y dar continuación. Eso lo haríamos si podemos cerrar por encima de la zona azul. Después, romper la media a la alza en el próximo cierre, no sabemos dónde va a estar, y también tocar la parte alta de la zona azul en los $400. Vamos a la de 5 días. La zona azul, estamos en la zona azul, estamos literalmente peleando con la media está en 3.34, estamos por encima en 3.37 en este momento. Nos gustaría tener un cierre por encima de la media. La volatilidad está contrayendo en este momento, lo que no nos dice nada. De no poder lograr un cierre por encima de la media en 3.34, vamos muy probablemente no solamente a visitar los 306, pero hay probabilidades muy altas de los 298. Ahora, si llegamos a caer acá al 5%, al 50% en 295, esto seguiría una estructura no dañada todavía a la baja. Lo que sí es que hiciste un alto más bajo y lo que nos continúa dando indecisión. Así que no teníamos tanto de qué preocuparnos en esto. Diaria. La diaria es la interesante, en mi opinión. Yo creo que ahí es donde está el secreto. Empezamos a ver que viene una expansión de volatilidad. Vamos a mantener un ojo aquí bien pelado porque vamos a ver para dónde se va a expandir. No nos dice todavía si es a la alza o a la baja, así que no podemos tomar nada todavía de eso como religión. Aquí es donde, en mi opinión, tenemos lo más importante. Tienes tu promedio del 21, tienes tu media y tu promedio del 9 justo acá. Si eres alcista en Strategy, quieres cerrar arriba de $350. Es lo que quieres. El día de hoy, cabrón, $350. De no poder cerrar arriba de $350, vas a tener un viaje al promedio del 55. Ese va a ser tu primera parada, lo que probablemente te detenga en el 50% porque MicroStrategy es volátil en los 333. Ahora, cerrando arriba del 350, vas a tener una probabilidad muy alta de venir a testear la zona de los 393. Por ahora, y esto es lo que quiero ilustrar también, por ahora, y esto es la parte importante de este gráfico, lo voy a poner en semanal, que lo quita un poco más del ruido para que lo puedan ver bien. Pueden ver acá lo importante de esta línea meme. ¿Por qué es importante? No porque la dibujé yo y me quedó como Picasso y todas esas cosas buenas, pero pueden ver resistencia, soporte, soporte, ni siquiera lo tocamos, soporte, resistencia, resistencia, soporte, soporte, resistencia, resistencia. Esta es una zona importantísima a doblar y convertirla en soporte en vez de en resistencia. El promedio del 9 en la semanal, que está en los 3.45, es lo que queremos retomar. ¿Qué es lo que no queremos hacer? No queremos perder los 310. De perder los 310, probablemente vayas a ir a buscar un poco más abajo y la zona definitivamente no romper si somos alcistas es este mínimo. Te llegas a llevar este mínimo de 280 y ¿qué era? 286 y esto se frió y va para abajo. Nosotros creemos que simplemente estamos ante una consolidación de aquellas muy estilo cripto, donde ahora sí que te dan altos, altos más bajos, bajos, pero bajos más altos, en lo que los altos son más bajos. Y eso simplemente se transforma o se traduce a estas gatadas, ¿no? Perdón, odio tener que poner estas líneas con este tipo de cosas, bla, bla, bla. Pero sería básicamente esto, ¿no? Un poco más desarrollado para que lo puedan ver ahí. Gran chopeo. Estamos ante el gran chopeo. Puede que el gran chopeo se acabe en febrero o puede que no, pero aquí lo tienen enfrente de todos ustedes. MicroStrategy, lo que estamos buscando, y esto yo creo que es la zona importante, yo creo que aquí en la parte baja, si somos alcistas, es la zona de máxima oportunidad. De romperse y perder el promedio del 21, puedes decir adiós y el promedio del 21 consigue con esta línea meme. Eso es lo que yo creo que si estamos interesados en entrar, deberíamos estar buscando. Y ahora, con eso dicho y hecho, ya lo tienen. Queremos cerrar por encima de este promedio del 9. Queremos especialmente buscar estar arriba de los 350 y de ahí asegurarnos de que no nos vayan a dar un atorón, y el atorón viene en la diaria, donde tienes un hombro, cabeza a hombro. Todavía no se da el segundo, pero aquí lo tienes. Ahí te va. Hombro, cabeza. Bueno, consideraría la cabeza hasta acá. Y el siguiente hombro, vamos a ver si es que se llega a dar, si es que ya se dio acá, ¿no? y eso te pone un objetivo de básicamente caer a esta zona de los 230 que rompería toda la tendencia y nos diría que estamos para abajo. Pero, de nuevo, 350 es lo que buscamos, tener un cierre por encima de. Si somos alcistas, básicamente nos gustaría barrer este mínimo si somos bajistas y ya. Strategy no está tan difícil de leer. Ahora, mañana tenemos clase a las 7 de la mañana, hora de Los Ángeles. Lo digo porque yo vivo aquí en Los Ángeles, así que voy a usar esa hora. Son las 10 de la mañana en Nueva York. Y además de tener clase mañana, ¿qué más les iba a decir? Pronto para todos ustedes y todos los miembros de la academia vamos a traer la posibilidad de poder hacer el tradicional y operar exactamente como operan el día de hoy, sus shorts en Bitcoin, sus longs en Bitcoin, Ethereum, en todo esto, que lo puedan hacer con todas las acciones que les gustan. Es lo que vamos a traer siguiente para todos ustedes muy pronto. Así que estén pendientes, vamos a estar por encima de todo. Queremos sacarle jugo a este mercado. Ya saben, lo padre de esto es, no importa si va para arriba o para abajo, nosotros siempre ganamos. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho, a menos de que perdamos, porque no, les mando un abrazote. Cuídense mucho y muchas gracias por su tiempo. Buenas 4 horas, 4 horas y media, 4:24.